Wake up, gamers, because you're listening to the Big Think Dimension with Dan and Bob Video Games.
The power solution is solved. I'm ready for the VR chat death stream.
But should you be?
Chris Wolfhart.
Just make a Blade movie.
And Dr. Aggro.
It's too many demos.
Here on GigaBoots.
Bob, would you say it's too many demos?
It's definitely too many demos. It's definitely too many demos.
Too many demos?
Yeah, there's like 20 plus I want to and have not played.
And that's a problem.
Yes, that's a problem.
It's almost like you got like a cool pass at the local Blockbuster and you could just take everything out, but it's only for an hour each.
What the fuck?
It's a great deal, I swear. I just have to get home and back in the hour.
Right? Like, you got to factor in travel time now.
I live at the Blockbuster, and it's still arguably not a good deal.
What's the late fee like? Maybe you just don't come back.
You get that weird, like, high stakes, high tension talk where they're like, when will you let you into our exclusive club of people with the pass? And you're just like, they're like, Game Pass. Oh, we thought you understood the rules, my man. Late fee. You have clearly misunderstood. We will now have to take a thumb. Anyways, hello everyone. Welcome to Big Think Dimension number 277. This is going to be a fun episode. We're going to talk about a lot of great things, but we have to talk about the elephant in the room. That was the worst faux E3 in years.
It really was.
We have to talk about it.
Yeah, it was a confluence of non-events.
Everyone around the industry is like, no, not even. Don't even think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
was the worst one since 2020, and might even be worse than that one. That one was worse to cover, I think, because it lasted so long and had so many. We can do our own events. Do you have anything for the event? No.
What if we talk to the camera for 30 minutes at 8 a.m.? Don't do that.
Literally anything but that would be better.
Time to cut to a third video of 12 more Ubisoft employees saying random bullshit.
And they don't work there anymore. So, we kind of avoided that.
Uh-huh.
But, yeah, this is, we had some weird stuff, like Yacht Club's got their own thing going on. Limited runs a week late, and I hate them.
Nintendo probably is also a week late.
And I don't hate them right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's the part where the Visions of Mana shit didn't show at any big showing because I guess Microsoft shit was too expensive or too important to allow Visions of Mana back.
So
and after
strange.
Yeah, after the January thing where they were like, this is so big, what a big get. And then Phil Spencer's like, I love the Japanese. And you can see the PR guy that's like, please stop saying it like that.
Yeah, well, now he has his new catchphrase, I hate the Japanese.
Yeah, nobody had it. Like, that's so insane to me.
It is.
Yeah.
I don't, I have to assume that it was supposed to be at Microsoft and it got bumped for some reason.
Well, they had such big, important CG trailers to show.
Yeah, they had to show off the Western might.
The Western might. You seem to have sent us a racist Looney Tune cartoon from World War II.
Yes. That's our conference this year. I hope you like it.
The Western might. Fucking weird that you edited this to be Bugs Bunny dropping the bomb on Square Enix.
God, I can just smell the physical magazine pages.
Holy shit. Yeah. So anyways, I'm looking forward to us talking about the Xbox thing, because as I've come to understand, we have a mildly different impression of how that went.
Yeah, I've heard that that's the best show they've ever had or something.
But that's going to come later. We want to talk about really exciting things now. So I tried the Apple Vision Pro. Did you know you could just, through an app, set up an appointment to try it for free in an Apple store? There is no way in hell I'm buying one of those for $4,000, and literally everything I ever heard about it was terrible. So I try it, Bob.
Yeah.
Bob. Bob. So you know that the Quest 3 was like, oh, we could do hand tracking too, and kind of did a post-hoc thing for that, right? Where you can do, controller-free hands controls for the Quest 3. And you sit there and go, the Quest 3 is $500. The Apple Vision Pro is $4,000. This is obviously the bootleg cheap version of that. They post-hoc engineered into this headset to make it competitive with Apple.
Right, of course.
Brace yourself. The Apple Vision Pro is more like using a Kinect. The latency is
unusable.
The latency is several frames.
Did you get to try the keyboard?
I didn't. I swear I brought up the keyboard and typed like a few letters, but I didn't really do.
Okay.
The funny thing is the Quest 3 does the keyboard and it actually works. The latency on that would be so insane because I'm literally trying to do the most basic things. So the window's floating in front of you. In reminder, I know I need to say this for people who don't know. There is no controller for the Apple Vision Pro. You cannot play games on this thing. It is just the hands. Because the controller would make you look nerdy.
Yeah, nothing else really goofy is happening that you're doing and being involved in right now.
We avoided that entirely, and thank God I look like a cool person. So, window is floating in front of me. There's a thing where it does the eye tracking like the PSVR 2 and one other headset, or maybe none. I think one other on PC supports it. I don't know which. Anyways, you have to look at the corner of the window you're looking at, bottom right. And then it gives it an extra line as a curve there.
Okay.
And then you pinch your finger, and then you resize it.
Oh, my God.
And because of the insane latency, I could not do this simple function. For whatever reason, I couldn't resize a window easily. This thing sucks. It's like, hey, this is the future. The future is trying to browse a web page using the Kinect. And I'm like, no, it isn't. We proved that once. I saw that car crash.
No, we fooled you.
No.
This is the future now, and you all have to live with that.
No, that thing died in a car crash 10 years ago. You can't trick me. Ain't nobody falling for this. I could not believe the amount of latency on that shit. I had heard rumors. Rumors behind the scenes. Person told me that the latency was there and they may have hand waved it. I forgot that conversation happened so long ago.
That's insane that there's rumors. It's like, this thing is out. People can just use it.
Here's the thing.
No
Do you
one
trust
did.
a tech pro?
No.
Right.
Like, no real person did.
Somebody with absolutely no understanding of latency didn't use it. Somebody who can't tell the difference between using a real controller and a VR headset and using the fucking Kinect didn't use it, I suppose. Or they just didn't care because they were in the future. The thing that actually surprised me about all this, okay? The thing that surprised me about all of this is that they, sorry, I got just sidetracked for a second there. The pass-through is like, the way it's presented in all the videos you see is that the pass-through is like unbelievably good, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's just basically like looking out there, and people tell you that all the time. Like, the pass-through is so low latency. It's just like seeing the world through the glass in the front of the headset, but that's not, no, it isn't that good. It's not even what I would call a full proper dynamic range SDR signal, let alone HDR, let alone like something convincingly what normal human vision looks like. Looks way better than the Quest 3. Congrats.
I was going to say, at least it doesn't look like that, does it?
You are basically 8 times the price. You're 7 times the price and then sales tax as a multiplier. Like, it is not that hot. I was actually surprised, right?
Right. Because that is the main selling point of like, you can just live here.
For 90 minutes.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there, and I came in with the understanding that this product was not going to be, like, it doesn't have a hardware controller, so it's useless for VR. I didn't realize the latency thing in advance, because latency is a spectrum. There's a little bit more than you want. There's too much, but still tolerable. And then there's, this thing is going off the rails because there is too much here, right? I didn't expect where it landed on that. But when I experienced it, I thought I would be able to walk away with something a lot more positive than what I'm about to say, because here's my final assessment based on the 30 minutes I spent with it, Bob.
Okay.
The Apple Vision Pro is a really great way to watch a 3D movie. How often do you find yourself doing that?
Never. Literally never.
And since it only lasts 90 minutes...
And the only 3D movies worth watching are Avatar.
And Mario Bros. They also had a clip of the Mario Bros. Movie. The lady who's giving me the tour is like, do you want to watch the Mario Bros. Movie or do you want to watch Avatar? And I'm like, both, please. And she's just like, fucking asshole. Yeah, it looks good. It looks good, and the content that Apple like made bespoke from the ground up to look impressive looks impressive.
Yeah, did you get to record a 3D video and watch it back?
No, I didn't get to leap immediately into the future that is Minority Report as I'm crying and staring at my dead son run in motion, but I do have a highly dystopian anecdote. Okay, so for anyone who's never seen it, oh, I'm not wearing my watch. It has like a digital crown like the watch on the headset itself. It's a control. You spin the dial in order to do an input. What I didn't realize is the only thing that dial does on the headset is it rolls in the virtual space that you've selected. So as you roll it, you watch as your world disappears, and you're now in front of a beautiful lake with a rocky shore. And Bob, you're not ready. You have no idea. So I'm in this Apple store.
Okay.
The lady who's giving me the tours to my left, Tosha's sitting across the table. And she's like the disenthused, I'm about to clock out and go watch a movie Apple store person because I scheduled it earlier, but it got pushed back. They were really busy. Is just instructing me, yeah, and if you roll the digital crown all the way forward, it'll fade in the virtual environment and you'll get to see a beautiful lake. How does it look? I go all the way in and I'm staring out at this lake bed and the thing I'm not prepared for, apparently. And like thinking about it now, oh, right, reviews mentioned this, but it did not prepare me. I look out on the lake bed and I see my girlfriend in the ocean, in the water, like she's dead and haunting me from the beyond, Bob.
Yeah, I was like, no, this is going to be Ghost Tosh.
It's Ghost Tosh on the ocean. I just fucking lost it. I'm like, this is fucking insane. I'm in a horror movie. Oh my God. Apple, how do you accidentally make this? And she's just there in the ocean. And I'm like, what the fuck? And the person giving me the guide's just like, oh yeah, when people are around you, it like fades them a little bit into the environment. Because it's not like she's just pasted onto it. She's effectively rotoscoped and faded into the lake bed. I lost it. I lost it so hard. I'm like, why would I pay for this? Why would I pay for the experience of seeing my loved ones dead and haunting me from the lake? So James Sunderland should own an Apple Vision Pro. I think he deserves it. But yeah, no joke. They even showed me like 3D videos you can make with the latest iPhone. Looks kind of rough. It's a neat gimmick, but it looks kind of rough. Then they showed me the bespoke Apple VR content they made, and I was like, oh, that looks good. Like, it looks better than the 3D movies because they designed it for VR, and there's a lot of depth, and it looks high bit rate and stuff. And so there's this Apple conference the same day, which didn't really have a connection to why I was there that day. But they announced the people who made our camera, Bob.
Yeah.
Made later this year, they already announced they're making a 17K sensor for literal IMAX and shit. They're making a custom lens mount version of it to make Apple Vision content. Which means they really just are making a $30,000 gooner camera, like for goons. Like, literally, they're making the VR porn IMAX camera. Which is fucking incredible when you think about it. It just has the two lenses hard mounted to the front. And they're like, oh, look, it's like 17K and it has great dynamic range and it has a custom format literally for VR video. And I'm like, I love that you snuck this into the Apple conference. God. Like, Apple doesn't even realize you're just selling this to every like person making VR porn out there.
Right. If this somehow didn't work with anything with the Apple Vision Pro, it'd be like, that's the most single-use, completely useless object ever made.
Right.
Most companies are dying.
Right. But instead, they got to hitch their wagon to Apple's marketing money, and then they just get to go, yeah, I guess you could just make normal VR content with this.
Whatever normal would be to you.
How normal are you while you have the headset on? Anyways, please look forward to us renting this camera and making VR cats, the spiritual successor to 4K cats. 5 whole viewers get to watch it. They're like, that was cool. What do you mean it cost you $7,000 to rent that camera? And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. We rented it for 4 days.
God, I wonder if we can even find as good of like animal shelters around here as we did back.
I have to wonder. I feel like that's really possible.
It might be.
I've got like 15 cats living feral in my neighborhood right now. If you want to.
As we
Just come down around 10 o'clock.
play the soothing acoustic guitar music. You hear like gunshots in the back. Police sirens. It's just there's a reason we don't include the footage from the shoots, just to be clear. You just show the cats in VR. One of the weird things about VR shit, right, is you can't move the camera. If you move the camera, that'll probably scare people. Because, it moves their head at that point.
Right.
I bet if you hard rigged it to like a roller coaster, it might be fine because your brain rationalizes I'm on a roller coaster or I'm a part of a thing with a bespoke path, right? You can prepare yourself mentally. But if someone just like moves the fucking camera, I bet that would get you.
That sounds pretty good. Like mount the ASMR mic right on the camera, then whip it around.
Listen here, you little shit! They're like, oh, God. Anyway.
See, this is what the second Hellblade should have been.
No, it's true. You know why it isn't, though? Microsoft still hasn't delivered their supposed support for... God, was it Oculus? Was it Oculus they were lying about the Xbox One supporting? Yeah, I think it was Oculus. I think
No, it was the really, really expensive one. It was the
Vive, right?
Yeah, the Vive?
the Vive.
Is it the Vive?
That was the one they said.
Okay.
Huh.
I just remembered they hitched their thing to someone else making VR, and they're like, oh, yeah, we could totally do VR.
I think they fired every single person working on that like in the past couple months. Like,
Probably.
Somebody had something to do with VR. It's over. We're making an Xbox branded Meta Quest.
Yeah, that's true. That is happening.
Oh my God.
And no, we're not talking about HoloLens. HoloLens is a completely separate Microsoft product. That is funny as hell and has a Conquer
Isn't that
game in
the
it. Who knows
table?
why? No, that is the Surface, the original Surface before they made a thing called a Surface that was a tablet. That thing was like a command deck. Any other questions on Microsoft products that either happened or didn't?
Right. May or may not exist.
They still making phones?
No.
The Windows phone still around?
That was a really interesting era, though. I believe Jay Allard... No, it wasn't Allard. Was it Allard? One of those people went over to that division towards the tail end of the 360 being like, yeah, I'm moving up in the world. And then...
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you got to climb that ladder onto the Titanic.
I hope I get there in time for the iceberg. But yeah, Bob, any questions about the future of computing? She had to say that. She's an Apple Store employee. She had to say, okay, so what you're using is a spatial computer. It's the future of computing. So there are some gestures we're going to teach you today.
Spatial computer. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, it's a spatial computer. You get to compute in space.
Yeah, were there any other interesting UI things? Because you've told me like a dozen things about watching a video. And it's like, that's the last thing that
You're computing though, so how does that work?
Yeah, how do you be efficient at a job of some sort?
Okay, so check this out. You just have a Mac in front of you with a mouse and keyboard,
it's over.
and you just and then that puts the screen in front of you in space.
Why?
Because it can make it bigger.
Why?
It can make it so big.
So say I don't have the time or attention to watch a whole 3D movie.
Or the battery life.
Can I put up a 2D movie and just display it to one eye?
Just to one eye?
Look, I've got deliveries to make, all right? And I need to be able to drive. That pass-through is true to life. I'll be fine.
I'm driving my Cybertruck around with the Apple Vision Pro on.
A local Hungry Howie's employee crashed his car delivering pizza while wearing an Apple Vision Pro. He was apparently watching the RoboCop reboot in one eye. We go to
He's like, look, man, that ain't my fault. I was just watching some porn on my Apple Vision, and suddenly the whole camera whipped around, and somebody grabbed it and went, listen here, you little shit.
So no, somebody else was telling me, and I didn't look into this too much, but based on my experience with the headset and everything I had ever heard about it, they have a pretty anti-gooner stance with the headset. They don't want to make it easy for you to get VR porn into the headset, because then it would just be the deviance of the world, and certainly no cool rich people would ever buy a VR porn headset. No one in Silicon Valley is doing that. But here's the funniest part of that.
I bought the new VR headset, and all it really is a iPhone that's 10 years old and has porn loaded on it.
I told you that story about my neighbor, like my parents' neighbor back in Niceville. He bought his daughter, he's kind of older, right? And it's like, really, it was his granddaughter. He bought his granddaughter a fucking like headset, a VR headset, because he knows a streamer she watches or an influencer she watches does VR stuff, and she thinks it's cool, and he watches that stuff with her. He buys her this VR headset. It's apparently like rock bottom tier VR headset. He gives it to her, and she goes, Dad, this literally can't do anything other than watch porn. And he was like, oh, that's terrible. Let me take that back. He's like, I'm going to return this right now. He did not return it. Anyway, so the weirdest thing about this weird anti-gooner policy thing they got going on, vibes at very least, is at the Apple Worldwide Developer Conference, they literally announced like, oh yeah, and there's going to be a Vimeo app and integration for these interactive VR videos. I'm like, which is it? Do you not want porn, or do you want porn? Because, you know,
it's on Vimeo. It's artistic.
I'm an artist, says a man in public jacking it while wearing an Apple Vision Pro. Anyway, that has been interesting. I don't think there's anything else to say other than there's that dial on it. I didn't realize how that worked. Like when you tighten the dial on the headband thing, it literally tightens the whole thing in a way that feels like kind of surreal high end.
Oh, okay.
And I'm just like, how the fuck is this constructed to do this? Aside from that, there's really nothing exciting about it. I guess the one thing is on the Meta Quest 3, because it has cameras, but it doesn't have an absurd amount of them, you kind of have to like bring your hands up to do any of the gesture shit. So that way you can see it. On the Apple Vision Pro, you can sit relaxed with your hands in your lap and do the same thing, and it'll catch it because there are cameras everywhere. But it has a pile of latency like the Kinect.
Yeah. Now I'm wondering if that, because in the newest watch, they had that feature where you could like tap your fingers together to do stuff.
That's true, yeah.
I wonder if that's also super latent.
I bet that's not, because since it's on your hand, the optics would pretty quickly figure out.
You know, I think it's supposed to work by scanning something in your bone, something in your blood flow.
Oh,
something
yeah.
Like
yeah,
that.
of course.
So
yeah.
Maybe it works better. I don't know.
Yeah, whereas I assume it's $4,000. There's probably some really dumb engineering choices in this headset, but I assume it doesn't have an infrared camera. It's blasting in high resolution to read your blood from your fucking head. But who knows? Who knows? Who knows what's happening and what's possible? Yeah, I have nothing else to say about it. It really, $4,000 is so much money for that quality of headset. It's completely unreal, especially since it doesn't effectively do anything.
Yeah, it sounds like it does literally nothing. It's for watching videos.
And using your computer, but on a really big virtual monitor, which is nice. Like, it looks good, but fucking buy an actual giant, really nice monitor.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
you can show it with humans.
Yeah, and then have $2,500 extra dollars.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
can have a 55-inch OLED television in front of your face.
Yeah, and save even like more.
Yeah.
The 55-inch OLEDs are not insanely expensive in the grand scheme of TVs used to cost an insane amount, and the price has steadily been going down as they harvest more of your data. Yeah. Okay. And the last thing on VR headsets that are kind of weird and just talking about it. Last week, somebody left a comment on Big Think that I theorized was eventually going to happen. I didn't think it would be this soon. Because I did the Quest 3 versus the PSVR 2 sort of versus the Quest 2 segment. Someone said and asked, hey, what are your thoughts on the Vive? I've never used a Vive. It used to cost a lot. Like, if you buy new, it's still $1,000. But eBay's covered in them for like 400 or whatever, but then someone's worn it. So you're going to have to definitely replace the face pads and other things, and you have to worry about durability. So I haven't used it. I would love to have an opinion on it. I really would, but I don't have it. So if anyone in the fan base just has a used Vibe they have not used in forever and they do not give a shit, send it to our PO box. I'll give a fucking opinion. That's literally the bar, though, until I visit like a streamer friend who has a Vive headset, and then I can give an opinion based on that. But that's not soon. That would be much further out. Aside from that, I don't have a whole lot to talk about, except for I finally got my really cool power setup done for the Quest 3. So now it's sufficiently powered using a camera battery that's giant and sits on a belt hook on my, like, I clasp it to my belt with the clip. Just one moment while I get the size of this battery so we can get, like, the impression fully conveyed. This son of a bitch is my Quest 3 power solution. That is how the fucking VR chat death stream will happen. God. 3 of these fuckers. It's actually just a V-mount battery for cameras, but the interesting thing is these things have 12 volt out. It's called DTAP, and I bought a $30 dongle. It was 25 or 30. I think it's 30 with shipping. That just converts that 12 volt out into USB PD, which USB PD, for people who don't know, is like the higher bandwidth, the higher charge rate, like USB standard. Because the Quest 3 eats battery so fast, you have to use USB PD or it will die. And in fact, when hooked up to this, when I told it, yeah, overclock it, I have enough juice, it'll be good. No, it started dying while still getting 65 watts of power.
God.
Fucking mind-boggling.
Yeah, that's a lot.
But yeah, no, this is a pretty good solution to everyone who is like, hey, you should get a head strap with like a battery on the back. I'm like, I don't think you understand what I'm preparing for. You may use the headset for 3 hours and that's fine. No. But Bob, I definitely hate video games on stream because I spent too long playing them.
Absolutely.
And I would definitely play video games and monitor mounts in my spare time. That's it for my bullshit VR segment. I hope you all enjoyed it. Hey, Bob.
What's up?
We didn't play anything
for the channel, no.
We didn't play anything. I played more Sushi Ben, though.
That's cool.
Aggro, did you play more Sushi Ben?
I did play more Sushi Ben.
I got a code from the dev. Aggro didn't, just to get that out of the way legally. Yeah, Sushi Ben's really cute and good. Fantastic vibes. How far did you get? What are you doing?
I am about to take a tour of the temple.
Ooh. The amount of different activities you do as the story continues to grow to the point of I am exercising things using a soul pot.
Oh, cool.
It's pretty great. It continues to grow like that. The only activity that's been disappointing at all was the table tennis. Did you get that far, Aggro? I assume you're past that, right?
I have not played table tennis.
Okay. It's kind of like really, really, like imagine you're playing a normal video game on a controller, right? Mm-hmm. And it would be a QTE, where it's just like, hit it in time. And
okay, but the one thing that pulled this back, Dan, is it out at Hot Spring?
No, it is at the middle school / the elementary school with the rambunctious, hot-headed teacher you met in the sushi bar, who's pretty funny. She's pretty funny.
Okay.
She's also really bad at it.
Is she drunk?
I get the impression she's always low-key drunk.
Okay, then we're halfway there.
Yes. Yeah, no, it's really delightful. That one thing is like the only disappointment I have. Other than it's occasionally very glitchy. Specifically, one aspect of it has had repeated glitches throughout my playthrough, which I think I'm over halfway through the game. I'm not sure. Where sometimes you'll leave a zone or an event or something, and the song from said zone or event or something still going, and then it plays the new song on top of it. It's pretty good about saving, so all you can do is like close the game, reboot, and on the PS5 at least, that's really fast. So that's been easily solvable and a great time. How's it going for you, Aggro?
I have accidentally sequence broken it a little bit. I mean, not fully sequence broken it, but gotten into areas I wasn't supposed to be because I was supposed to have triggered the event earlier on the road. Because I eventually stopped walking around on the earth like a mortal and started using the teleport function to go rooftop to rooftop anime style.
Hell yeah.
From one of those roofs with a very, very precise input, I was able to do the most anime thing, which was stand on the top of a power pole.
That is pretty anime. Yo, you're just like Dark
anime.
Chi. How does it feel, man? Life goal.
We don't talk about that. It's 2024. They don't need to know.
Dude, that's fair.
Okay, I need to know.
No, I believe Aggro has covered this in his "You Do Not Need to Know" shirt.
I just need to know if it's related to Chobits. Okay, all right.
Dan, have you played this game not in VR at all?
No, I hear it exists. Is it launched? Is that
I
out?
don't know. I was like, I haven't checked either.
Yeah, it's
I'm
literally
like, I
a
should.
game where I'm like,
not gonna.
Right, yeah, I'm not gonna do it. Why the fuck would I do it? Because my Quest 3 battery solution literally only came together yesterday. The day before that, the headset, despite the fact it was pulling from the USB power port on this, was not able to stay alive. So after 4 hours in VR chat, it died completely, and I had to use PC fucking mouse keyboard VR chat like a fucking weird automaton as I just stood there completely rigid and just... Yes, that is good. Right, why would you... Anyway, yeah. No, a lot of people hearing about this are interested in playing the non-VR version because most people do not have VR headsets, which is very valid, and this game has great character designs and...
Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying it eventually whenever that happens.
You're like,
yeah, I am really interested to see how the interactions work and if it is way less glitchy.
Yeah, I have to wonder. Oh, for anyone who heard last week's story about this and is wondering where it ended up, I have wrestled control back of the game, the fitness game on my Quest 3 that I liked that the OS broke when I stuck it in the mixed reality mode. It did, in fact, work by me going, don't tell it fucking anything about my room. So we're good now. I can play that again. All good. Did you have any other thoughts other than there sure are really cute characters in Sushi Ben who go, ara, ara? See, you're living in a small apartment thing, which is run by a small purple-haired lady who wears an outfit that's like a dress. So when she walks, she has to keep her feet together.
Oh, yes, I think I've seen this character.
Yeah, she's really good. She's really good.
This game has a really, really nice functionality that a lot of VR games that show you hands don't fully utilize, which is it alters your finger position based on whether or not you're touching the capacitive buttons or stuff on the controller, which allows me to very accurately and very repeatably, like thumb motion included, do double finger guns every time the villains finish talking and leave. They're like, how about that? And I'm like, pew.
It's good. It's good. That is an important feature in a VR game.
Right.
To be able to do shit with the hands.
We really need the VR game where it's like response to... We need the VR game made for you to be a psycho in. The corporate villain shows up in your game and gloats at you and you can just grab their hair and slam their face into the edge of that table. They aren't prepared for that. Turns out the law only theoretically binds.
Yeah, a whole game is a bunch of sequences like Half-Life 2, but it's no. you should move.
Right. It's like
Yes,
someone,
that's exactly it. It's like each one is a puzzle, except there's not a specific solution. It's just like, that guy says he's going to go down to City Hall and get the community center torn down. You have a bat.
yeah, that's what I was going to
Yeah.
say. This literally is a fusion between Postal and Half-Life 2.
Like we need to go deep into systems-based simulation, materials, destructible properties. Like, oh no, you're trapped in this room. No, I'm not. That door's made of wood.
Oh, that would be such a good, like, something like Set Piece Breaker as the title or something, where it's like it puts you in this very highly scripted video game set piece, but it's like, but it's like designed to respond to every single thing you could conceivably do.
It's like Alone in the Dark 360.
It's got like fucking fire physics.
Yeah.
Things propagate. That would be really good.
What do I do? Oh, I have a. He used like this rich douchebag is using a lot of hairspray in the scene before he comes in, and I have this lighter.
And then you say your one-liner and you just toss the lighter at him. Hell yeah.
This would definitely also be the game that employs Sony's potentially patented "I caught you staring at my chest" technology.
So they are bringing VR chat to PS5. Anyways, that's it for me. Agra, any other comments?
Nope.
Hey, Agra, did you play anything else?
I played Night Springs.
Oh shit!
Oh
Shit!
fuck, I didn't.
Oh,
I
God.
forgot. I
Yeah,
didn't realize
yeah,
that had already
that's-
come out.
Yeah, that came out the day after the conference
It
got
took me a
announced.
minute to remember what it was. I bought it already, and I didn't even boot it.
Yeah. Which apparently, like, you can't just buy it. You have to get the pass for Alan Wake 2.
Yeah, you got the deluxe upgrade.
Right. Which is like $20, but it's if Days of Play is still going, it's 16.
I'm on PC.
Well, maybe it's on sale there too. I don't know.
Just buy the physical version when it comes out later this year. It has that on it, unless you're on Xbox, in which case it only has a little bit of it. Because I didn't know this, that Xbox has smaller discs than the PS5. They didn't want to put a quad layer Blu-ray player into the Series X.
Yeah.
Those fucking cheapskates.
We found this out like I think it was about 3 years ago, so early the year after it launched.
Right.
And it wasn't very relevant at the time because you all might remember Microsoft wasn't shipping games.
Yeah, they also just don't put the game on the disc at all.
Right, that's part of what led to that, where it's
Right.
just like, oh, we just want to ship a disc to retail and they can download the whole fucking game, basically.
Yeah. It's like, oh, the disc has the the Xbox One version.
How did Microsoft end up in this situation? Anyways, that CG trailer filled E3 is going to save them. God. Hey, how's Night Springs at?
Yeah,
bro?
right?
It's pretty good. You got 3 little episodes. One of them's kind of combat focused. One of them's got more of a puzzle aspect to it, and one of them's fucking weird.
Cool.
I did not, because I know a lot of the people here ended up putting Alan Wake 2 on story mode because of how many fucking shots it took to take anything in that game down. This DLC has your back. I saw round counts go into the upper 300s. They were like, here are the bullets, put them into those guys.
Good.
Yeah, it's pretty great. The only other thing I really played was a few demos, which I don't know if I got to any. Bob didn't, but I did play through the Riven demo.
Oh, shit.
I did not play
is
that
out.
one.
Yes. Man, that game has DLSS on by default, and when objects are moving, they occupy the entire arc of that movement.
Yeah.
In a gradient.
Yeah.
It's real bad. I mean, I just turned it off and didn't change any other settings, and nothing was negatively affected. Like the frame rate didn't even noticeably go down.
What a wonderful technology we made.
Right? Like this was just a switch to make all of our animations look like garbage.
God.
Holy shit. So, do you want me to send you my Quest 2 so you can play it in VR, right?
I mean, it seems like I can just wait until August and hook up my PSVR 2 to it.
That's true. Wait. No, because I don't think the VR version's on PC. Is the VR version on PC? I think it's Quest exclusive.
No, yeah, it's on Steam.
Oh, okay. Well, fuck it. Why would I play them?
The game looks pretty good. They replaced all of the FMV stuff with CG, which in previous titles was ass ugly and made you go, why didn't you just use the FMVs you had? It would have been charming.
Yeah.
They have gotten, Cyan has improved their CG game up to fine.
Cool.
They you get the opening to the game, and you only get to go as far as activating the tram the first time. There's a couple little hallways where it's like this area is not available in the demo. And because of the way Riven is structured, with one specific door you need to get through very early on, this demo is a great litmus test of, look, if you cannot get through this, maybe Riven is not for you. Not you're not smart enough to play Riven. Your brain isn't bent in the specific way necessary to appreciate this game. Because that door is different in this version from the old version. So I spent 10 minutes clicking on what I knew was the solution, going, why the fuck is this not working?
Oh my god.
Are you ready for the most hype spoiler cast we've ever had?
Yeah, I feel like Riven's more deranged than any other ones of that genre I play.
And now it is again.
Right?
Delightful.
Cool.
I'm so excited that I have the battery solution to just lock into the Quest version and never leave.
Going around that environment in 3D is horrifying because you're like, when you're going through point and click, frame by frame, the game will point you at important things. And a lot of the interactable stuff will look a little different. Here, you're just free in space. And if you want to bring up your cursor to curse over something to see if it's interactable, you've got to click to bring the thing up in the middle of the screen.
So
because
wait, you don't just walk you just walk around. You're not going between set points? Oh no.
Oh, yeah. No, it's a full
You're just out
3D
there.
video game. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's the fear.
It's not okay.
No, in fact, it's great. This is fantastic. This is
has a pretty decent walk speed, but like the first thing you do on that island is hit a button to make a room rotate, and the room rotates real fucking slowly.
Should have talked to the Crow Country people.
That's exactly what I thought of. But I mean, like it stuttered a couple times. It hitsed real bad once. I expect that's gonna happen a few more times. Like the modern Cyan games, they're not super duper stable, but it's a missed game, so it's not like, oh no, the thing hitched and I died. It doesn't bother me so much, but that's just the way of it.
Until you're in VR. Oh yeah, that was one more anecdote I wanted to tell. So Aggro, Bob, you've used the PSVR 2. You know, in the calibrating the room thing, it puts the floor texture of PlayStation buttons at your feet, and it goes, hey, is that about right? Well, the Quest 3 doesn't ask you that. It goes, well, I have cameras. I know where the floor is. Like, come on, I'm good. In VR chat, because I'm doing it way too long to test this battery solution, I start getting tired enough to lie down on the ground, and apparently I moved my head outside of what it thought was possible for down, and this caused a consistent stall loop to happen until I shut the fucking headset off.
Oh my god.
I thought it broke VR chat. I thought it was that layer. So I exit VR chat. Now my virtual desktop, which it puts my monitors in 3D space, and every 3 to 5 seconds, it locks the fucking image. So imagine you're turning your head and you die. That's how it feels. So I close that. I'm like, okay, close that, get out. Then the pass-through camera is that. So I start walking across the room to plug it into the charger, and it does that to me mid-step, and I just go, okay, I'm good. Because I didn't know. I didn't know it was still going in the pass-through until it jumped my ass mid-walk.
Right.
So, if you have a Quest 3, don't shove your head through your floorboards. It won't deal with that well.
It has no idea what that means.
Oh my god. It's Sushi Ben. It is random between what objects you can shove your head into and which ones you can't.
Yes.
Like sometimes you'll go in and it'll like the object will disappear. You're looking at it from the inside out and it's gone. Some things you shove your head into and it's a solid color.
Mm-hmm.
And it just is that solid color. If you manage to just walk your way into the middle of a rock, congratulations, you're trapped in here now.
Yeah, no, that happened with a couple things there.
I got to one other significant demo, which was the one for Flintlock, Siege of Dawn.
Oh, yeah, I played that too, of course.
Yes.
I like that Flintlock Siege of Dawn has the same cadence as Lichdom Battle Mage.
A little bit.
Okay, talk about you two. Talk about it.
This was another game that had, the magic of DLSS on by default.
Yeah.
It didn't look too bad on this one. I didn't notice it as much as on a bunch of other games.
Mm-hmm.
But when I turned it off, I had to slam the settings down to medium to get the frame rate back on my laptop.
Yeah, it is definitely demanding. I was like, good thing I have the PS5, because man.
I can't wait to see how that thing runs on it.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully it's not just destroyed by FSR.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully.
Or you can at least turn that shit off.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. I'm sure they'll put FSR frame generation in there and it'll be fine.
Like these are both games where we're like, hey, do you want this kind of shit to ruin your game or this kind of shit to ruin your game? Or do you want to turn the shit ruining off? I feel like when you phrase it that way, you already know the answer.
Right? Maybe you should just not include it. I don't know, man.
It's such a weird generation we're living in where half of the games are perfectly locked 60 and look good.
Uh-huh.
Actually, it's more than half. It's like 95% of the games are that. And then there's this tiny contingent over here of big, immersive, great-looking experiences that are like, we used bullshit technology to get the graphics of tomorrow, today. And I'm like, maybe you could just wait.
Right. And this is a weird in-between where it's like clearly a smaller dev, not pushing things, really.
Right.
But just trying to gloss over their not being able to optimize with this technology, I assume.
Right, or the scope's so big that they would really, really have to get some wizardry going on to make it. Because it's just made in Unreal, right?
I think it is Unreal.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, so, yeah, so the Temporal AA is an interesting space for this job.
I think this was the one where the menu was like, you can turn the DLSS on. Would you like the DLSS to favor frame rate, resolution, or image quality? I would like your game to do that, bro.
Yeah, no, it is one of those weird ones where it's like, yeah, I have all these settings. It's hard to even turn it off. It's like we made the game with only this in mind.
Because for people who don't know, who don't use PC gaming, DLSS normally has these modes labeled like ultra quality something speed or performance or ultra performance. Yeah, that's usually the slider they give you. And of course, as you go up, it makes it a higher resolution internally.
Yeah, and mine, because a DLSS, you need a RTX
a 2000
card.
series.
Yeah, so I don't have that. So it's it has XSSR, I think. Which is, it said the Intel one, whatever that is.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name of the Intel one.
It had that or FSR, and neither look great.
Shock!
I know.
XESS. Thank you, chat.
That's it.
Or ZSS, because the E is small.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not doing that.
You're not doing that?
Not doing that.
Damn. Stocks go down.
But other than that, the game's pretty neat.
Yeah, I really liked it. Even playing on my DualSense controller with the right stick has terrible drift.
Have you gotten that program to recalibrate on PC?
No.
Yeah, they released a program so that way you can hopefully recalibrate it and the drift will go away.
Oh, bitchin'.
Yeah, it's weird that Sony did that. That seems completely counter to how they would normally operate. But they're $70 controllers, so maybe they don't want to lose someone based on one controller going bad and them going, this is it. It's over.
I like how this game had way more things in it than I expected. There's a ton of traversal stuff. You have an air jump or a double jump and an air dash. And most of them are funny. You show down black powder and explode it and jump off of that. So it's like a rocket jump almost. And then eventually you get a rifle and it actually does a slow-mo headshot if you line up a headshot, which I was like, this is the most 7th gen thing. Thank you. This is hilarious.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty God of War with the combat, which is nice. You know, you've got to block, you've got to parry to set up the counterattack. You've got the big marked unblockable moves. You either need to dodge or Bloodborne style hit them with your pistol to knock them out of. Hitting them with melee recharges your pistol charges. I assume you can eventually spec into more pistol charges. It felt good. Like, it felt good enough that I got to the coffee shop and just stopped playing because this is the opening of the game and I really liked it and I want to play it when it comes out.
Yeah, it's really funny. The structure of it is like, okay, you found this village you need to free. You free the village and it's like, you unlock the coffee shop. And the coffee shop is run by some weird Eldritchian demon, but they're your friend.
Cool.
Like, there's a lot of cool stuff here.
Real quick clarification, that program is not made by Sony, but it is on the web. You can find it at dualshock-tools.github.io. So if you want to calibrate stick drift on your DualSense, do that, hook it up to your PC.
Yeah, I feel like all the combat feels just a little clunkier than I like, but it's good enough to be like, this is neat. And this is the worst $40, I think.
Mm-hmm.
This is only 40.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, wild.
I think it's 50 if you get the deluxe edition physical copy.
Does the deluxe edition come with a mana dragon as a plushie?
No.
Oh, then I'm not interested.
It also has a, like, instead of having 2 different melee attacks, you have the main melee attack and then your attack with your fox buddy who actually talks. And it reminded me of the Forspoken thing, but it's not that bad. So like, it's just my own damage.
Yeah, that is damage, dude.
But he actually like whips around and hits the enemy, and he can do it from a greater distance and charges a magic meter on them. If you fill that up, you get to do a critical attack. I'm like, okay, there's lots of little neat things going on.
You should feel bad.
Yeah.
You should feel bad.
Should I?
As I winced just now in my head, a load off what?
Yeah, the fox thing is cool. You can spec him into drawing aggro on enemies. Some enemies have like the armor meter, and filling up that magic meter will let you burn the armor meter down.
Mm-hmm.
Bob, I don't remember. Did this game have the Souls-esque, when you die, you drop your stuff and you have to go get it?
Yes, I believe it did. It had a weird thing where you build up a multiplier for all the different things you did, like the different kinds of attacks you used to kill guys, and until you got hit, and then you lost the multiplier, so you cashed out whatever your highest multiplier was before getting hit.
Yeah, I needed to look at that system again because you could cash it out manually, and like what you're gaining is experience, your souls or whatever it is, reputation, I think. And I don't know the difference between doing it manually or getting it hit and it cashing out at that.
Yeah,
moment.
I don't either. I assume it's a penalty, but it was unclear.
Yeah, I think either I missed it or misread it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the game's super cool. Plays pretty great. Got a lot of neat ideas. It is in a fantasy setting based on cultures we don't get fantasy settings based on a lot. So that's really awesome.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get more weapons because the equipment screen shows you can have multiple melee weapons, but so far I found 2 axes.
Yeah, I assume it's probably just going to be. I don't know if you're going to get a different kind of melee weapon. I figured it'd just be God of War upgrades for your axe.
Right, and then just different ways it can be spec'd out. Because one of the axes I got caused the enemies to catch on fire.
Mm.
Anything else?
I don't think so. I think that's pretty much everything I had to say about it.
Yep, pretty much.
Okay. Did you play anything else aggro?
I dabbled a few minutes in a couple of demos, but nothing much. They'll probably show up during Bob's rundown. We'll see.
Hey, Chris, what have you been playing?
God. I finished the 1,000 Year Door remake.
Ooh.
That's a pretty good remake. They added 2 new bosses. So if you don't want to hear what those are...
Oh no, spoilers.
tap away, but Dan has been pretty busy, man. I'm not fucking playing that game again.
Yeah,
So,
no, you're good for me, Bob.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah.
And don't have time for that.
So the first bonus boss they added was a Wacka. If you don't remember what Wacka is, he's an NPC in both Paper Mario games that you hit. He's like a small, perfectly round, cylindrical shaped mole that's blue. And
Yeah,
you hit
he's
him
great.
with the hammer and he gives you a Wacka bump, which heals 25 health and 25 FP. And he becomes increasingly more brain damaged the more you get from him. Until eventually it is implied he's dead. You killed him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, in this, once you beat the Pit of 100 Trials, the 100 floor combat dungeon, and whack him until he dies, you get an email saying, hey, new shit is down at the bottom of that pit. And thankfully, they did include a thing that's like, you can just skip to floor 50 of the pit. You can skip to the point where enemies will start giving you experience.
Hooray.
It does cost 300 coins though, but you get 1,000 for beating the pit the first time, and there's nothing in that game to spend money on, so who cares?
Yeah.
So you get to the bottom, and there's a Wacka there, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna hit him with a hammer and get a Wacka thing. And he's like, oh, so you want to play? And then combat starts. And his song starts like a Final Fantasy secret boss orchestral nightmare song, and then segues into zany clown music.
Great.
So his gimmick is every time you hit him with any attack, so even using like jump, we'll do it twice. He spawns a Wacka bump. And those Wacka bumps, he can either throw them at you for 10 damage or eat it to heal 25 damage for himself.
He's eating his own bumps. It was weird enough.
But sometimes the bumps will be red, which does triple for either thing.
Paper Mario players, when they see 30 damage pop up.
Oh yeah. Oh, all the secret bosses can can rinse you instantly.
Uh-huh.
Of course.
But it doesn't matter because Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door lets you be insanely broken. So I made a promise I would not use power bounce in this playthrough.
Uh-huh.
And I kept to that even for the bonus bosses, and they still weren't hard. Because you can stack all this shit. It's like, I do fucking like 25 damage in attack normally. And Goombella has the move where she gives Mario the power up of a girl is watching, so he gets to take a second turn instead of her taking a turn. Big problem I had with this game, though. Not the game's problem, mine. Xbox should go to hell. I know that's a weird thing to bring up in this. Why you motherfuckers also have to use letters? Why'd you also have to use letters on your controller, but in a different layout than Nintendo? You assholes, you motherfuckers.
Yeah. Yeah. We should erase
the human garbage.
The Xbox versions from the earth.
Don't worry. I played a couple demos this week, and something I noticed is most of them recognized the DualSense natively.
They sure did.
So Microsoft is even being erased as the PC controller.
I didn't get that lucky. I got a lot of pop-up. This game will recognize your DualSense or Xbox controller. Second pop-up. This game is not going to give you PlayStation icons.
Yeah, a lot of them have. One of them had PlayStation icons. The other one had the generic one where it shows the 4 buttons and just highlights which one you need to hit.
That's always good.
Anyway, the other secret boss is... Oh, and Wacka will use every single bump in one turn, unless he heals. So if you power bounce him, which by the way, they nerfed, because if you don't know how power bounce works in Paper Mario, you jump on an enemy until you miss the action command. And that can deal a lot of damage because it just goes down by 1 damage each hit. So if you have like 15 attack, goes 15, 14, 13, 12. And considering the most HP anything has in this game is 200, that chews through it pretty quick.
Yeah.
But they made the 4th bounce on this specifically in this version 1 frame. So unless you're a Giga Chad, you're not getting more than 3.
Yeah, which is rough.
Yeah.
Like the whole point of something like that is to keep consistently doing it. It's like, oh, you did 3. Do it perfect.
Bosses already had like weird interactions with it where it's like you did this many, it will always end. But they just nerfed it overall, which makes sense because it's the most powerful thing in the game by a lot.
Right.
The other boss is Prince Mush. That is Jolene, the secretary from the Glitz Pits chapter's brother, who was champion before Rock Hawk.
Oh, yeah.
Huh.
He's Goku. He's Goku. Like, he literally goes Super Saiyan, and he punches and kicks you.
Good. Great.
So the way he works is he has 3 stances. One stance, he's immune to jump attacks. The other stance, he's immune to hammer attacks. The third stance, he's just immune. And the third stance is what he has the entire time he's below half health.
Ultra Instinct.
He has 6 defense, so it's fucking hard to hurt him.
Jesus.
But his weakness is because he will literally like jump in the air and do the fucking Bayonetta's killer bee dive kick at you with like a cone of energy, and then do like a 4-hit combo off that will take like 38 health. That's before he goes Super Saiyan, by the way. After he goes Super Saiyan, it's closer to like 70.
Fucking God.
And the gimmick is if you super guard him, not guard him, you have to do the super guard where you take no damage and damage them a little bit. He falls into like a stun state and his defense goes away, and that's the only way to hurt him when he has less than half health.
Jeez.
Your reward for beating both of these things? Nothing.
Oh.
You've already beaten. You get like trophy items. You get like, here's an item in your menu that proves you're real strong. Cool. It's like the mana crystal in Super Mario RPG Remake that you get for beating 3D Q-Lex. I only played 2 demos worth talking about.
Okay, so we're out of that segment. Okay.
Yeah, we're out of that segment.
Okay.
I also played more World of Warcraft, but then whatever. I'm just eating the eggs and getting strong.
Cool.
I will talk about World of Warcraft lore a little bit because it's funny. I had never done the Siege of Orgrimmar because that came after I had quit playing Mists of Pandaria when that expansion was new. The end of that expansion is, so Pandaria is the country of the panda people, and Blizzard was really trying, but it really does come off with the energy of like white guy makes country based on menu from Chinese restaurant.
Yeah, you can see that from space.
So the gimmick is, if you feel any kind of negative emotion too strongly on Pandaria, it summons a monster called a Shah that's like an evil Eldritchian looking ghost. And this is because the heart of an elder god is buried on that continent. So the end of Siege of Orgrimmar is Garrosh Hellscream, who's a piece of shit, except he wasn't until all of a sudden they decided he was, so it came off really bad.
Yeah.
Like, he spends a whole expansion being pretty cool and being rational, and then he just becomes Giga Hitler because of all that was written by accident.
Was his name Garage?
Garrosh.
Yeah,
Okay.
Garrosh.
Okay.
He is what is his dad's name, Aggro, of Warcraft 3? Grom.
Yeah, Grom Hellscream.
He is Grom Hellscream's son, the side character in the Orc campaign who kills Manaroth at the end and explodes.
I vaguely remember.
So he digs up the heart and is going to use it to make the true Horde, and because he's the leader of the Horde faction at that point in time. And so he goes super evil and becomes like an Orc supremacist and you go kill him. You get to him in the Siege of Orgrimmar, and Thrall is there, and Thrall's like, I didn't want to do this, my brother, but because he's a shaman. He's like, spirits of earth, wind, fire, water, come to me. And then Garrosh goes, I had evil shaman blight this entire 10-mile radius that we're fighting on, so you can't summon shit. And then Thrall's like, well, I'll fight you normally, and gets uppercut across the room frame one. He gets destroyed. It is a genuinely embarrassing performance from Thrall. He is put on fraud watch instantly. This is later followed up on the next expansion where he challenges Garrosh because Garrosh just like escapes from being captive and escapes to an alternate timeline. Yeah, I know. Warcraft lore is real goofy. It's actually the best. It's probably the best lore Blizzard has at this point, sadly.
I mean, that's not a high bar, honestly.
But Thrall finds him and is like, we're gonna have an honorable duel as warriors, and starts losing immediately again. And has to go, elemental spirits help me, and like eviscerates Garrosh with them. And this, because he did it in an honorable duel, the spirits get so pissed they like take away his powers for two expansions.
Jesus.
It's really funny. Also funny are these insect guys called the Klaxi, who you can do missions for and build your reputation with them. And they're just constantly like, yeah, we're kind of cool with you, but if our evil god ever comes back, we're betraying you frame one. And then that happens and they do. So at least they're consistent.
Yeah. Can't even get mad at that.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, that's how every insect race in Warcraft lore is.
But I did play only two demos worth talking about. I sadly did not get to play stuff I wanted to play, like Wander Stars or a couple other things. I played a game called Rubato.
Spell it.
Rubato.
Okay.
It is a platformer where you are a frog. It is an Amiga platformer, sadly.
Oh.
Literally or figuratively?
Figuratively. If you're unaware of what I mean by Amiga platformer, it looks bad. Like, it looks real plain. Everything's like flat and like very same looking. You collect a lot of doodads and you push boxes.
Huh.
If you've ever played a Super Nintendo or Genesis platform and go, why is this weird and terrible and nothing like Super Mario World or Sonic? It was probably a port of an Amiga game.
Yeah, that is actually really true. Also, looking at this image, I feel like I would tune into Holly Heck Maybe playing this game as a part of the Amiga initiative. 1 second. I'm going to try to put an image of this up there so people can...
After the tutorial, they trap you in like a 7-minute long cutscene. They're funny.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, man.
And then I played a little bit after that 7-minute cutscene that wasn't funny. It's like, oh, this isn't going to change enough level to level. I'm out.
Yeah, I did not try this one.
I kind of want to try it now. It looks so unbelievably Amiga core.
Uh-huh. Gonna play this in Alfred Chicken.
Oh yeah, we're doing Rubato Alfred Chicken flop swap.
Of course,
man. I think you guys need to do. Oh, there's no way to do that because there's no way you're gonna you could find enough shit to play Amiga games. Do like the Amiga flop swap between like 8 horrible games. God. You should do the Amiga retro roulette at some point though.
It would be funny.
Yeah.
The other thing I played was actually unbelievably good.
I got to show the second image because this really seals the deal as I made it for the microcomputer.
Oh
How do you like my cool big art style?
Yeah, look at my human.
Yep.
So what else did you play?
Peepe, Strello, and the Cursed Yo-Yo. That is the game we saw on Saturday that is like a small blue rabbit with a yo-yo.
Mm-hmm.
The most obvious inspiration for this game is obviously Minish Cap. Like, it looks like Minish Cap. It seems to be structured identically to Minish Cap because after the first level of the tutorial, you get like the Zelda main hub type overworld.
Yeah, it even it definitely loves the Game Boy Advance because their logo for their company is a 3D Game Boy Advance that flies in.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, and you're collecting 4 things just like Minish Cap. Like there's the 4 plot MacGuffins. Other inspirations, it really this should be obvious because you use a fucking yo-yo, but Star Tropics. Like, it reminded me a lot of Star Tropics if Star Tropics wasn't evil and didn't hate you.
Then what's even left?
Yeah, it seems to be a good game, so it's nothing like Star Tropics.
Oh yeah. Yeah. God, fuck that game. Fuck that game.
This game's so good.
No, it's not.
This is great.
No, it's not. You definitely weren't suffering every second of you trying to beat it on stream.
I don't remember suffering, so it never happened.
So the plot of this game is that you're Peepe Strello. You're this little brat with a yo-yo. You're a moocher who lives off the wealth of your aunt, who is like a criminal loan shark. And at the end of the tutorial, all the villains show up and use a big machine on her to suck out her soul into these big 4 batteries. but the main character throws his yo-yo into the beam, sucking her life out, so her consciousness gets trapped in the yo-yo. And presumably gets special powers from this later, but those aren't in the demo. Yeah, that screenshot where you're like getting pulled by does not happen in the demo.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you seem to get a lot of abilities because the demo does introduce some, just not that one.
Yeah. So he's like, why is this my problem? She's like, because I'll stop. Because if I'm trapped as your yo-yo and they have these batteries made of my soul to run their evil businesses, I won't be able to pay for all your bullshit. And he's like, oh, I better go then. Another game it weirdly reminds me of is the Twisted Tale of Spike McFang. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that game but me.
No.
You brought it up before and I looked at it.
It is a Super Nintendo game that is vaguely Zelda-like but more combat-focused, and I think is pretty good.
Yeah, we played a little bit of this on a stream once.
You have a parry, which is very cool.
Mm-hmm.
And is very useful for the boss in that tutorial.
There you go, Bob.
Not tutorial, in that demo.
Do you recognize it now?
No.
Okay.
So there's like upgrade systems and everything. Like you have a skill tree with an upgrade tree. They're not skills, although some might be skills. I don't know. You can't get very far in the tree in this demo.
Yeah, the upgrade tree has a really interesting mechanic though of like you go into debt to get the ability, you get it right then, and then you have a negative effect until you pay the debt off. You can only pay the debt off by collecting new money. You can't use your old money.
Huh. Yeah. So I took the upgrade to give me +1 attack power, which means I only have 4 health instead of 5 until I have that paid off. And they rate the second, there's the tutorial, the second level, and then a boss fight. And the latter 2 things are rated as difficult. And they are kinda. I didn't die at all, but they have hands.
Yeah, I died at the boss fight, but not the other thing.
It is funny how parrying just destroys that boss's ass.
It does. It's just like... And then there's even an upgrade or a badge you could equip that makes it be like, you do way more damage. You can only take 2 hits. I'm like, well, he's going to die. I'm sorry.
He like pulls out a shotgun and shoots like a Contra type spread shot at you. But if you parry any of them, they all go back into his face.
Mm-hmm.
And then he gets, and in fact, I'm pretty sure these weapons are direct references to Contra because he gets like a machine gun later that like shoots at the exact same rate as the Contra machine gun. And the balls that he shoots even look kind of similar, but you can parry all those packages, ruin his life. But yeah, with all the aesthetic choices are on point. He looks very freaky when he stares directly at the camera when he is talking, which I put a picture of in the Big Think channel. Because he stares directly at the camera.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And I praised this on Twitter, and the artist came in and said, yes, I had to do it over a bunch of times to get it to look perfect. Him give this small this scrungly rabbit creature giving you, oh man, big Scrimblow of the Year contender in this one.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah,
absolutely.
It's going to be hard to beat. I was impressed by how well the puzzle mechanics are integrated, because the whole concept is that you have this yo-yo you show out, and it can bounce off of walls that are like at a slant. And there's a ton of things like, oh, you need to grab the key and pull it over. You need to like hit a switch, or you hold it on a switch to hold it or to make it go. And you can also throw the yo-yo out and it'll lock into place somewhere. There's just a ton of ideas here. It's really cool.
Yeah, I'm really incredibly impressed by this game. Like this seems like it has the potential to be like a Shovel Knight tier indie hit if it gets enough word of mouth going.
Yeah, unless they've really screwed it up, like this is going to be on my top 10 on whatever year it comes out because it's incredible.
If this comes out this year, like it's a real game of the year contender for me.
Yeah, based on everything I'm seeing in these pictures, that's evident. They're like,
That's all I
we
have to
just
say
barely
about it,
got it
I
out December 10th. No.
Yep, I will be there.
Well, Bob, we've tried. We've tried to dodge it. We've tried to delay it. But Steam Next Fest is inevitable.
It is. It's not even just Steam Next Fest. It's all of these events that we're like, oh, we're releasing the demo early. Because we don't even care about Steam Next Fest. We're already here.
Where are we starting, Bob?
Dungeons of Hinterberg.
Okay.
This is like most of these. We saw it at the show over the last week. This is a modern day set, highly inspired by Zelda game where he plays this girl with like a blue jacket and it has persona elements. So you go back to town, you meet people, and you build relationships in town, and then you go off and do a Zelda dungeon. It's kind of neat. It's really weird because they set it up so that beating the dungeon gets you like rank ups for being, I think you're called a explorer or something. But it's framed almost like going to a state park and getting a stamp for completing a nature trail. It's like, but I just have to shoot demons and use a weird puzzle mechanic that feels really bad to get here. And that's another thing. That's for some reason, though it's highly inspired by Zelda, it has these like items that help you traverse the locations and stuff like that. It also is like, what if there's a combat room like every 3 rooms? And that doesn't feel great. But you do get a magic surfboard that I got to ride around on this mountain. And it's like floats in midair and you can rail grind. I really don't know how this one's going to come together. It feels like super slipshot in certain ways. Next one. Angeline Era. I think I'm saying that right. It's Angeline. Then Era. This is super weird. Imagine the game looks like an N64 game. And it's a weird dungeon crawler with bump combat.
This has bump. Oh my god.
Yeah, it also has 3 different game modes. So you start out on an overworld map that's divided into squares like a tactics,
like a Zelda,
like a Final Fantasy Tactics thing.
Oh, the movement is divided into squares.
You don't move in squares, but the world's made out of squares.
Okay.
And you have a search function, which searches those squares, like a Dragon Quest original.
Okay.
And that, while you're in this overworld, you have to just sort of paw around and look for an area. Like you literally just anywhere on the map, you can use the search function and you might find a zone to go to. And if you do find the zone to go to, it'll actually go into what looks like an old school 2D dungeon crawler where you just move forward and you have to dodge branches that are in your way and fight enemies with a super simplified combat. Like, oh, you need to wait until he's not attacking and then you can attack. And it's all 2D. And then you get into the regular like combat area where it is bump combat. And for some reason you have a gun that only shoots north. You can only shoot straight up.
Why?
I don't know. This whole game feels like a fever dream. Like it just looks so strange. I don't think it's all well put together, but it's so fascinating. I played it for like a long while, just being like, this can't be real. What are you trying to make?
I like their tagline here, bump the world. That's the opening line of the fucking trailer. Yeah, this looks sick.
Yeah, it's really weird. I definitely just checking out the demo because it's not like anything else. You may have heard me describe 3 different game modes after all.
Right.
Next one I tried out was Steel Seed. That's SEED,
Okay.
like from a plant. I didn't think that this is an off-brand, someone trying to make their own Jedi Fallen Order.
Whoa.
Like, but instead of being Star Wars, you play as a robot, but you still have a lightsaber, and you still do all the same sort of slide down large ramp and do platforming sections like in that. And it's still a Souls-like. Instead of, they make some really stupid mistakes. You know how people complain about yellow paint?
Yeah.
What if instead we had white lines in a sci-fi world covered with lights that are white everywhere?
That wouldn't stand out a whole lot.
It sure wouldn't.
It wouldn't. Like at all. Oh, this is like a tiny image. Oh, that's so crusty. How did it get this crusty?
I don't know.
This is how the game actually looks, right?
This is after DLSS 3 takes care of it.
Yeah, it's okay though. We're running at 32p.
But yeah, the platforming, the combat, it all feels bad. I played this because it looked cool at the PC gaming show. I was wrong. This game sucks.
Oh no.
Another one I think was at the PC gaming show. I Am Your Beast, all caps.
One sec.
Yeah.
I just want to show the high res image so that way people can know exactly how that looks. That's a lot. Okay. What was the name of the next game?
I Am Your Beast.
Okay.
This-
Imager Beast?
Yes, absolutely. This is another one we saw at the show. It's a first-person shooter where you play as a dude in the woods who's being like his CO from his old military unit wants him back, and he's like, "No, I'm just gonna kill everybody you send in," which is a neat premise. Kind of works. It's got a very basically the entire story is just audio logs, but you just listen to them between chapters. Like, you don't actually play it that. You don't wander around while listening to it. You just like, okay, I'm going to do the phone call with my CO, tell him that I'm not coming back, and then we go do the level. And the level is like a super small area in a first-person shooter, all about killing everyone in the room really fast. So it's about doing a speed run of it. And you have stuff like, oh, if you jump on someone's head, they die instantly. It almost feels Hotline Miami-esque in how quickly people die. And it's kind of neat. The only real problem is you have the ability to climb trees, and that's context sensitive. So if the prompt doesn't pop up, you can't climb the tree.
Okay.
And the prompt often doesn't pop up.
Because the trick is you can't aim your cursor at the branch. You have to aim it somewhere off the branch that made sense to the developer.
Oh, so you played it too, I see.
Yup.
Yeah. Other than that, this game's really cool.
Like you throw knives at guys to kill them, throw guns at guys to knock them down, then catch their gun out of the air and then kick them to death and shoot their friend.
Yeah, lots of really fun. Obviously, they watched John Wick and were like, let's do it.
The first phone call you have with the guy who's sending all these people to their death is great because he's like, I've got a job for you. You're the only one who can do it. You're like, yeah, that was, I've done like 4 one last jobs for you. I'm going to kill everybody in these woods.
Yeah. Did you have anything more to say about it? Because I'm kind of out.
No, I didn't get to spend a lot of time with it. I like enough to figure out what it was like and go, oh man, I need enough time to get into a flow state with this.
Yeah, I also wanted to have put more time into it. I also tried Slime Heroes. We saw this a few times. You play as a slime. It's a top-down action game, kind of like a Zelda sort of perspective. It runs at 200 frames per second on a machine and still feels unsmooth and looks bad. I don't understand what's happening.
No.
How the fuck is that possible?
I don't know.
How the fuck does that work?
It's like my video card's ramping up like crazy. It says it's doing 200 frames per second, and it's like, this this looks terrible, dude. What are you doing?
That makes no fucking sense.
But yeah, it's about a slime and his dragon friend. This dragon like gets attacked by monsters and has to send the slime away. And it's about the slime going to find his dragon. If it ran better, it'd probably be okay. But as it stands, it's just sort of a sloppy feeling top-down action game.
Yeah, I wonder what's up with that.
Yeah. But you get different weapons. You start with nothing, and you just kind of turn yourself into you kind of show yourself at the enemies repeatedly, and then you get a sword upgrade where you get to turn into a sword, and that sort of stuff. And it has a really neat system, kind of like Kirby 64, where you get sub-weapons. And I got the projectile sub-weapon and the tornado sub-weapon, and you can mix them. And you can mix them in a different order. So it's like, if you do tornado first and then projectile, it'll shoot out a big tornado that goes forward. But if you do the opposite, it'll shoot out a regular small projectile in a spiraling manner.
Cool.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah, I was like, these are neat ideas. Hopefully you get this game running.
I'm still just like, how can it not feel good at 200 frames per second?
No! But that was something that will come back later.
God damn it! Okay.
Oh man, the next one I played. Everyone needs to play this. Blade Chimera.
Hell yeah.
This is the new game from Team Ladybug. That's the Toho Luna Knights and Record of Lodoss War, the video game.
And Pharaoh Wrencher Rebirth.
Yeah, who cares?
Why are you so mean? That game is excellent, you hater.
Yeah.
It's just not as good as Luna Knights at all. I'll try it again someday. I dropped it real quick. I even liked. I think they did the Jack Frost game, and I like that a good bit.
They also did that Deedlit and Wonderland game that is just them trying to make Symphony of the Night.
Right, and this is going more down that path of like, let's do Symphony of the Night, but it's cyberpunk, modern day Japan, but destroyed. Really cool, incredible animation, like always. Dynamic soundtrack. The main mechanic is you have this energy sword, and you can throw it out, and it actually has like context sensitive things. So you might make a platform or make a forklift, and you actually can stand on the forklift and use it after you've made it. And other times where it's like, you show it the ceiling, and there's a thing to make it into a chain. You can swing, and the swing all feels really nice, and it's all physically like physics based. It's really neat. You also have two main weapons you can have, and it actually starts you with an assault rifle, which is something you find in like Aria Sorrow and stuff, and it sucks. But here it's like it's when you're starting weapons, they know they made it feel pretty good and do a decent output of damage, so it seems viable. It even auto targets stuff in front of you. I actually was like going through it thinking, this is going to be the main weapon. But then I started finding these other things like, you get a whip, you get the knife, you get a great sword. So you can at all times have two of those weapons equipped and your energy sword that has all those weird things. Like it does the contact sensitive stuff. It also does like you just throw it out and spin it and it does damage. Really cool game.
And the name again is Blade Chimera.
Yes, which I forgot to write the date, but it got delayed a little bit, but I think it's still out by the end of summer.
Hell yeah.
But I think it's only, like usual with them, Switch and PC.
Steam page only says 2024, but there's probably a trailer somewhere that ends with the correct date.
Yeah. If there's anything else I want to say about it, I guess not. Everyone should go try it. I can only say so much about how good the animation looks and how fun it is to play. It's.
Stop the eShop says releases spring 2024, and I'm like, let me check. No, it didn't.
Right. I guess that's why I had to say it was delayed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the knife is very much old, like RESR style, where you can just mash it as fast as possible. I'm like, this might be the highest output of damage there is in the game.
Dope.
It vaporized dudes. Let's see. I also tried Yars Rising.
Yaris, like the car?
Yes. They stopped making those, what, 10 years ago or something? It's crazy.
A while ago, like 7 years, maybe.
But
I
yeah,
don't know.
it is not Yars. It's Yars.
Like Yars Revenge.
No, it's that next generation AU game where Tasha Yar comes back from the dead, right?
Can we just stop?
Tasha Yar's pretty cool. If only they kept her. We could have explored her backstory that was very well thought out much further, and that would be great. By the way, the new release date for Blade Chimera is August.
Okay.
Yeah, I was looking it up just to be sure.
Cool. Very hype. But Yars Rising.
Uh-huh.
This is a new Way Forward game.
Right.
Yeah. It's a Metroidvania. I don't know if this is them switching off of Unity into Unreal or something, because it seems to run well and look way better than any other 3D game they've made.
Whoa.
That's its main thing of like, oh, you actually have an art style and you're doing it well in 3D? I didn't think you guys would do that. You play as a hacker who is infiltrating some big corporation, and then to hack, she actually goes into playing a different version of Yars Revenge, like having very much inspired by that sort of hacking moments. And doing some of these hacking things, she alters her DNA and can use the Yars powers in real life.
Did Yar have powers?
No, Yar is a fucking spaceship in an Atari game that moves left to right, up and down, and shoots bullets.
Collect key?
Well, she can shoot bullets with her hand.
Oh.
So can a gun. I wouldn't
She
call it. I
rewrote
have
her
Yar's
genetic
power.
code.
Tab gun.
Well,
And the new Bioshock sounds great.
She also has like ability, because in Yars there is a thing of like you can eat Schwarzfields, right? Mm-hmm. So she has that in real life, but she shoots an energy wave, like just a little projection in front of her, and it eats force fields.
Okay, yeah.
So it's vaguely inspired, and they have you play the actual Yars game and see what they're trying to take from.
Yeah.
So it kind of works. It's fully voiced, which I didn't expect at all.
Right. Yeah, you could give me 1,000,000 years to guess who made this, and it would not be Way Forward at any point. That just looks way above what they've been putting out, visual fidelity-wise.
Yeah, it makes me think, like, did you guys, like, learn from working on Bloodstained so much that you need to switch over here?
Maybe. I don't know. It's crazy, because they worked on Bloodstained, they did Advance Wars, they did River City Girls too, and, like, none of those remotely, like...
Yeah, no. None of them look this good.
And you're telling me it runs smooth.
Yeah, it runs smooth.
That also, in Contra, that was the one I was actually reaching for instead of River City Girls. Yeah, this is clearly a cut above all of that, weirdly enough.
Which I don't know. They might still be Unity. I can't see any logos on it, so I don't know what the engine they're using.
All for Yars Revenge. Not Advance Wars. No. Yars Revenge. The hot IP we all love.
The story is hit or miss because it thinks it's funny. Sometimes that
Way
works.
Forward made this.
Yeah, sometimes it works, and sometimes it's just like, move on. The bit's over, please. The soundtrack, like they've been doing with River City Girls, it's a lot of vocal tracks, which I really like.
It is always good when they do that.
But yeah, this is neat. I'm excited to see how it goes. See if they charge like $60 or something insane for it. I'm like, you fully voiced this and it looks nice. Are you gonna? Because you charge $35 for River City Girls too. I don't know what to expect anymore.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh my god. All right. I played a Kim bot. It's like a Kim.
Oh shit! There was a demo for that.
Do not say what it is.
Okay.
I want the viewers to be shot dead the second they lay eyes on it. Because we brought it up before. The words can only portray some level because the trust isn't fully there, Bob, right? They don't trust the gravity of our words when we say, yo, you like Ratchet and Clank? How much? How much do you like Ratchet and Clank?
Fucking this much.
It is really, really direct.
If future
He's
fucking
even
whips
he even
ass.
just looks like Dreadlock Ratchet.
He does. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it is so much. Weirdly, they decided the dynamic between the two robots, instead of being like Ratchet and Clank, it is instead main robot is kind of a stick it in mud, and other robot is Claptrap.
So they just went Ratchet 1, but Claptrap instead of Clank.
Yeah. It is kind of horrible. And they never stop. That's it for the entire demo. Just like the Claptrap's annoying and lying to main guy. Main guy hates him.
Oh my God.
I know that I have a hugely larger tolerance for this sort of thing than y'all, so I'm still super excited.
Yes, it might. I could probably get used to it, but it's definitely.
I mean,
it's a lot.
Don't worry. I can find the mute button. I can do that. If that's what I have to do to play a new Ratchet game, God help me, I will fucking do it.
This is another one I had a really hard time getting it to run well. Insanely hard time to getting it to run well. I had to crank it down to the lowest settings on everything. Get the resolution down to 720p.
Jesus.
And then resolution scale that lower. And that's how I was able to get a stable 60, because it just would not run well.
That's nuts.
It doesn't even look great. It does not look great.
For anyone who doesn't know, Bob has a 1080 Ti, which is no means a slouch GPU.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good if you don't need ray tracing stuff. That is nuts, man.
Yeah.
How does that happen?
I don't know, man.
Well, I guess we should announce it here and now, Bob. We have to wait until a Kimbot comes out, but there's no reason to delay. You know, we don't want people's imaginations going wild and their brains percolating until then. Oh wait, let me go back to the box art so that way it hits real strong. So hey, is everyone ready? Oh, get out of the way. I'm deleting you now. Goodbye. Thank you, OBS. Anyways, is everyone ready for the Akimbot versus Clive and Wrench flop swap? The most fucking serial number filed off. We made this. You made this. We made this. Shit we've ever fucking seen.
Jesus.
No, that's not Curious George. That's obviously Banjo-Kazooie. He's just got a really cool sidekick in his backpack who likes to help him with the platforming.
God. Clive and Rich. All right.
You know what? Chat brings up a good question, Bob.
Yeah.
Why is there a magic fridge in this image?
Magic fridge.
Yeah, look at the lower right of the image. It is a fridge covered in purple rings.
Well, I don't know. I didn't play Clive and Wrench.
Lightning coming out of it. You have so little space in your fucking promo. Okay, I thought, well, let me go look at another one. Maybe it'll be better, and they'll put something there other than the fucking fridge. That would make sense, right?
Yeah, right?
Okay.
Of course.
Give me 1 second. Hopefully this works. I can't remember if this trick works on A5. Well, it doesn't work when fucking there are 10 million photos in this fucking. There's another photo. It looks nice. It has a character that isn't fridge, but it still yet again has the goddamn fridge.
The fridge is going to be like insanely important.
I hope. It's in multiple iconic images for this fucking game now. What the hell is the secret of this fridge? Do you think it helps them travel through time?
Probably. Or space. I don't know what they do in this.
Yeah, I don't know either. Oh my god.
It might be the collectible. You might need to fill your fridge with stuff.
Oh my god. Bob.
What's up?
Bob. I'm so happy we're doing this. Look at this fucking cast shot. Look at
What
this.
are those?
Look at this. I'm
Hold
so
on.
fucking excited.
They look so bad.
So are you committing to playing this all of a sudden?
Yeah, this is our flop swap. That was announced. Yeah. It's these two.
Yeah.
What do you
Yeah, of course.
What do you Yeah, what did you miss? This is great. No, I'm genuinely excited because one of these is like Banjo-Kazooie's neat, and one of these is like Ratchet and Clank is neat, and playing both at the same time. It's like we keep changing what we're playing, but both feel like the wrong timeline.
When are you gonna play Rough Trigger?
God. Maybe it's a 3-way flop swap.
Oh my god.
Just maybe.
Maybe.
We'll talk.
can't wait to find out what's in that fridge.
Yeah, I know. I'm now really interested in what.
It could be snacks. It could be gold. Could be Kyle Rayner's girlfriend.
Anyway, Kimbot, you play as the robots. You're fighting mobster robots. I don't know if you've ever seen that in Ratchet before. Have you?
No.
Okay,
that's
just making
never
sure.
once happened.
Okay.
This seems completely original, actually.
The gun system is a little unique because you get super guns, and those are charged up by using regular guns, and they're like super powerful. So the akimbo pistols, those are a super gun. So you can pull them out after getting so many regular kills, and then they recharge pretty quickly. So you're not really that limited on them, but they tear people up. And then there was the boss fight, of course. Typical Western boss fight. You shoot the guy a few times, he flies away and summons that. You kill them, you go shoot him again. What you expect.
Look, Ratchet didn't teach them any better, so.
Right?
This is so Ratchet. Like, it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah. I hope this comes to console because my PC apparently can't play it very well.
It's not good enough. You're going to need the PS5 Pro for this, baby.
Right? I guess I should move on to the next game.
Sure.
I played Mirage Feathers. Mirage Feathers. Which is a Space Harrier-like, where you play as a robot girl. But it's not the other Space Harrier-like where you play as a robot girl.
Yeah, no.
It's not that one. This one's
It's
pixel
not-
art-based.
It's not you Suzuki's.
Oh, it's not that one either.
Oh.
Because there's the other one. I think it's called Asher or something, and you play as a robot girl who punches stuff.
Okay.
That one's really cool. This one kind of bad. I almost passed out playing it. It's really boring. I played the demo for 10 minutes, and that got me one boss fight, and the rest was just sort of fly in front of a space Harrier area and do almost nothing except dodge bullets. They're super hard to tell where they are in 3D space. So I cannot recommend this one.
The art looks really nice.
Yeah, the art's great looking. Like I'm surprised when weirdly the demo was like, there is a story in this, and it has the characters talking to each other. Like, man, in the full game, there's going to be a story, and you're going to want to read it. It's going to be great. And it has them come out through this like 3 times before the demo's over.
This is going to be so great. It's like the ending of a Lumelin film where they're just like pitching their pilot for their series.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so I've been assured there is a story in this game.
Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. What's the name of that Top Gun-like game that Sega used to make back in the Super Scaler era?
Oh, that thing.
Yeah.
Oh my
Actually,
god.
I never
Afterburner?
Yeah, this kind of gives me Afterburner vibes just looking at it.
Yeah, it does have a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Like, you even have the missiles and stuff you shoot out like in now. Like you have 2 different weapons, so you can switch between homing missiles and just a like rapid shot. And yeah, if it just had more going on and it felt more like I could effectively dodge stuff and understand where things were, it would definitely be more engaging. But it's a lot to not have a boss fight until 10 minutes into a Space Harrier level.
Yeah, that's fair.
This is like, no matter what you're doing, it's all becoming gray noise.
Not even white noise. Wow, it's not even rising to that
No.
occasion. It's just like, oh. What else, Bob?
I also played Wonder Stars, which is the game that has a tagline of "Play the anime." Yeah, it's super directly inspired by Dragon Ball specifically, and a turn-based RPG where you actually, to do attacks, you choose attack names. So you have like adjectives and attacks. So you can do
that's fun.
a super special punch and it does more damage.
Oh,
Is Wonder Stars one word?
It's 2 words.
It's just called Wonder Stars.
Wonder Stars.
Wonder.
Sorry, it's with the A.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Go ahead.
You play as a girl named Ringo, and her hair looks like an apple because, that's apple in Japanese. But yeah, it's got a lot of neat things. It's set up like there isn't an overworld or anything. It's set up like a board game, like Budokai 2. So you literally just move between spaces, and some of the spaces have guys to fight on. Others have like, oh, I found a treasure here, or or even no, that's really the only two things. Yeah, and it's kind of neat. There also is a mechanic for in the combat. If you got the enemies down to a certain amount of low health, you can do the peace sign at them, and then that ends the battle early, and it gets you a move, or not a move, what do they call it? A pep word or something? And it like is an equipment basically. So I guess that they're going with the whole words have a power in this universe. That's why making attack names is a thing. And getting these power words from the enemies actually gets you a buff, like, oh, this now you do more damage. But it has a weird thing where it's like, this will last until the end of this world. So I think each time you go to a new chapter in this game, it's going to literally reset your levels. It's a really neat game, but oh man, the UI is terrible. Like I had so many times I'd select the words and then I hit the button to attack the enemy and it didn't work. And I was like, I must be doing something wrong. So I back out and do the exact same thing, and it works that time. So a lot of weird little issues like that, and that happens. A hitch like that seems to be able to happen anywhere. Like, you know, on the wrap-up screen after you beat a battle and you see the XP you got and everything. I had it lock up there, and I had to just click everywhere on the screen, hit random buttons until eventually it backed out and let me continue. So I think this is a really neat game. It's all hand-drawn art, looks cool, but they really need to like polish it and make it work right, because it's currently not in a state where you should release it. You probably shouldn't even put the demo out. Like, that's how bad this UI is. I'm trying to remember what the story even was. It basically, the whole demo is like your grandma tells you to go to the grocery store, so you do. And then near the end of the demo, a dude comes up and Akira slides in with his super hover bike and steals your MacGuffin, and you have to go after him to get the MacGuffin back. Because you're carrying around a folded up piece of paper that absorbs into his folded up piece of paper.
Oh.
It might be a One Piece reference. I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
Next game I played.
Well, real quick.
Yeah,
you got to
what's up?
say the names again at the end.
Yes, of course.
Wander Stars.
Wander Stars. Next thing I played was Unbeatable in the demo called White Label.
Wait. The game is called Unbeatable.
Yes.
And they named the demo White Label?
Yes,
Okay.
but it's in brackets.
Okay, I'm typing it. Okay.
We saw this a few times at the showcases as well. I can't even remember where, but it's a rhythm game where you play as a pink-haired anime girl rocker. And it's all hand-drawn art with 3D backgrounds.
Yeah, look great.
Yeah, really cool. They did like a cool anime cutscene for it. The way it plays out is really neat. Like it's a rhythm game where you have two lanes coming at you that are enemies. So you literally play as the character and hit everything on the left side of the controller hits the stuff on the bottom lane. Everything on the right side hits the stuff on the top lane. So you have enemies come at you and you need to attack them as they show up. And sometimes there'll be like spikes come instead and you have to dodge by hitting the opposite button. And it can be really confusing, especially when they start having it, the top and bottom lanes come from left and right. And you just have to keep on top of like which side you're going to be attacked from. It also has a kind of neat story where it seems like it's going to be about being depressed and in a band.
Okay.
Which, you know.
What's the color of your main character's hair?
It's pink.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Just curious.
Look, I think this game was on Kickstarter and stuff before Bochi became popular.
Oh, yeah, I bet they're bitter about that.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, not surprising.
But yeah, you do the game starts off with you just actually walking around a 3D world with your 2D sprites and talking to people.
Like time and eternity.
No, because it's pulled out perspective. So like a 2D
like Demon Turf.
Yeah, Demon Turf, that sort of thing. HD 2D sort of thing. But so you do that, but then it just goes into free play mode where you have a cassette player that's really well rendered in 3D and looks really cool. And you could choose songs by switching through cassettes. And this game lets you do like go crazy with the difficulty. Like it has beginner all the way up to insanely hard, which I don't remember the name for it, but it's something like just die. But when you select those tapes, sometimes they'll play a story thing. So they're usually kind of heartfelt and sad, and other times they're goofy. Like one of them, the first half is like this dramatic thing about not wanting to start writing in a journal because there's an end to a journal, and it feels like I'm starting a book that I just can't ever, or that I'm going to finish one day. And then you finish that song, and it has the main character just have a pile of pages on the floor, and she's writing on them, and one of the other bandmates being like, "What? Why don't you just use a journal?" And she's like, "It's complicated."
It is complicated. There's a process, God damn it.
But yeah, it has lots of neat songs. It feels like there's a ton of songs and remixes for a demo. Like I was surprised by how much I played those. I probably played this for like an hour and a half plus. Just trying to use these mechanics. There's a ton of things that go on during those. And man, what a good game.
Do we have any details of like when the game's coming out?
I don't remember. One of the remix names that really cracked me up was the Dog Noise remix, which turned into dubstep.
That's pretty funny.
There's lots of interesting things they do on the track. Like sometimes a blue enemy will come at you, and that you need to hit on the top or on whatever lane it starts on, and then hit it again on the next lane in a rhythm. It's really cool. You should really try it. Anybody who's into rhythm games, I definitely is trying it out.
Yeah, I think this was one of the major games that was shown off like during this week. That was like, oh, I bet that whips ass.
Yeah, I wish I knew when it was coming.
People are saying 2025.
Okay. I don't need to worry about for this year at least.
Yippee!
Then that was Unbeatable. White Label.
White Label's the name of the demo, so it's out there.
Yeah, you can go play it on Steam. Like pretty much all of these. Yeah, I don't think I went offset of Steam for anything because there's so much on Steam. This is one that didn't show up at any showcase, and I'm kind of surprised.
Okay.
Apparently it was on Kickstarter a few years ago. It's called The Big Catch, Tackle Box. I don't know if Tackle Box is the name of the demo or just the name of the game, but that's the full thing.
Okay.
I found out about this because I follow the creator of Pseudo Regalia, and apparently one of the level designers from Pseudo Regalia made this, or at least worked on it in some capacity. But this is a 3D platformer where you play as an anthropomorphic crow who is a fisherman. The art style kind of makes me think of Rayman 2. So think like Dreamcast era 3D platformer. And this game's really interesting. You have your fishing rod, so you can actually use that to like swing from certain objects. But most of the game is actually like based on learning the insanely like, I feel like hyper realistic physics behind its wall running mechanics. Which are so hard to get used to, but so satisfying once you do. Like any of these 3D platformers, to make a good one, it has to be like insanely hard to get used to, I feel.
Okay, so this game isn't about fishing.
No. Strangely, the main collectible is our fish. It even has a weird thing where the fish cannot be, like, to get a fish, sometimes they're swimming around. Usually they're not. Usually they're running around with their little feet on the land, and you need to go whack them with your fishing pole and grab them. But if they are in the water, you have to find some bait, throw it in the water, and there is a fishing mechanic for it to pull them out of the water, then chase them around the level.
Awesome.
This demo is gigantic. I played it for over 2 hours. You start in the tutorial area, it's really small and really bad at teaching you stuff. And then you immediately go to like, imagine Hyrule Field ×3. God. From Ocarina, not from Breath of the Wild. That'd be insane. But yeah, there's just a ton of random, like, okay, there's this, you can see structures out in the distance, and you just go to those structures, and the only, like, there's no narrative reason to do any of it. The only thing is I'm looking for fishes, I guess. Even fishes just get you the coin equivalent, so I don't even know. I don't know what the actual progression mechanic is going to be in this game. I just know that there's really interesting mechanical things happening here. You have a spin jump like in Sunshine, which is bad, but it's better than there because you can do a spin pretty quickly. You got a weird slide jump like Richter from Symphony of the Night. And that's what you can use to get momentum. It's almost like a long jump, and you can run that into a wall, and then you'll gain some acceleration. Everything is super physics based. You're constantly building up speed. You'll find different things you can latch onto with your fishing hook. So there's some that you swing from. There's some that you actually grab, and then it yanks you towards it super fast. So one of the more unhinged things is like, oh yeah, you need to do that, and then turn around and do it again, and fling yourself up a ramp that's behind you. So many things in this. It's really interesting. My main problem, it does not checkpoint well at all.
How authentic.
Yeah. So it doesn't want to kill you either. So you just fall.
Uh-huh.
And then you got to do all of that again.
Uh-huh.
And oh man, even once you get used to the mechanics, it is tough. Yeah, they need to figure out something to make. I don't know. Maybe you should be able to show down a respawn point or something, because it is ludicrous how far you can fall and then have to redo stuff from this. Whew. Man. Yeah, there's just so much getting used to the weird mechanics. Like, you'll find bars you can swing from, and the thought is, oh well, obviously it's going to swing to the next bar, but usually no. Usually the next bar is so far away, you need to swing next to the wall, so you can swing off the bar, wall run a bit, land on that, and if you jump like realistically off the wall, and usually in a bad place.
Of course.
Yeah, it's a lot. That is the big catch tackle box. It was on Kickstarter in 2022. It seems really cool. I have no idea when it's actually coming out.
Yeah, the demo page didn't say, so I don't know either.
Whew. Next game is Caravan Sandwitch, and that's Sandwich. Yeah, but uppercase witch, but still one word.
Did you say the uppercase witch?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Which apparently Chris was right to not say this is a witch game on the...
Oh?
Or because we saw this in the Cozy Direct.
Okay.
Seemingly no witches. I don't get it. It's to put witch in the name. But no, you go around a kind of... It seems like a near future sci-fi setting in a desert area that has a town and stuff. It's not like a post-apocalypse or anything. It's just a small community. And you drive around with a van and collect materials. That seems to be all you do. The demo seems to be like, oh, we need to build this radar like transceiver. I need so many of this item. Wander around this big open world and collect a bunch of this. So I played it for a little bit, but I kind of got bored and stopped because the movement doesn't feel that it's particularly special in the van or outside the van. You kind of just have a basic climbing abilities, so you can jump, and then she mantles on most stuff. But the town built into this canyon looks neat, and it seems like you have a relationship with everyone in town, and you're constantly texting them between finding stuff. It might be cool. It's got a cartoony style. I think it looks nice.
It does look nice. Yeah,
it looks... The character design is strangely similar to the character design in the game I talked about earlier, the Dungeons of Hinterberg.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely not top of the priority list. So moving on, that was Caravan Sandwitch. No witches. They lied to me. Next one I tried out, On Your Tail. Tail spelled with Tail.
Okay.
We saw this a few times during the summer events. This is the one where you play as a furry investigator who is in a small town and wears an aviator jacket. I think she's like a goat or something because she has hooves.
Okay.
Just have to get this out of the way. You can wear the swimsuit in the demo. You can only wear it on the beach. I'm sorry, Chris.
I already saw in chat people be like, "Oh yeah, the one with the huge ass," and then immediately as you said that, sold.
Right, I'm like, don't say the pants optional game. Don't say the pants optional game.
Oh well, maybe it'll have workshop support.
I mean, probably,
It
man.
will definitely have a modding community.
Maybe you get. Maybe she unlocks other outfits somewhere else in the town. I don't know.
We don't know these things. These
Right.
are unknowable things.
But yeah, you can go around the town. It has two main objectives in this demo. You can go do the investigation stuff, and then you can also go do the random talk to people stuff and play games with them. So I did both of them. First, the one where you go talk to people. So that I went to, I think the guy who owns the photo shop, he came around with me to play marbles at the beach. And it actually has a mini game where you play marbles, where you they have a track and you're physically pushing the marbles around this track and trying to beat him. It's neat. You can also, he has a 3D model, and some characters do have 3D models. And each person you talk to, you get like a card for them that tells you who they are. But you can also have a whole bunch of people where you knock on the door, and they don't seem to have a 3D model, but they answer you at the door and talk to you with a 2D image, and you get a card for that too.
That's great.
Oh yeah, there's the dude. There's the photo dude. I feel like every dude in this looks a little weird.
Yeah?
Yeah, like their designer, I think, liked drawing the female characters way more.
You think? I don't know. They gave him Leon Kennedy hair, I think.
They did. He's like the most together dude in it.
He has real like asset store energy.
He does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's just something about their faces. It doesn't go that well. But yeah, I don't know how much the building friendship mechanics are going to work into it, because the demo doesn't really get into that. But it sounds like that's their idea. The demo's premise is that her Vespa broke down in this town, and she's going to be stuck here for a day, which is obviously going to be expanded to who knows how long. She just has to do these investigations and meet people in town. The investigations are done in a really weird way. You have this thing called, I think, a chrono lens. So you go to the person who, it's like a buffalo lady, and her ship in a bottle has been stolen.
Okay.
And you look around her diner that she runs for differences. And the chrono lens shows you what it looks like in the past compared to the present. So you just look for all the differences in this room, and that gets you a card that's like an event card, so letting you know something happened. And then after you find all of them, you figure out the order, and it plays it out with a tiny mini diorama of like, okay, the buffalo lady left the shop here because she heard her knocking at her like daughter's door. And then you have to place the order of events after that happened, and that helps you solve the mystery.
Sounds cool.
Yeah, the neat little mechanics. So that was fun. It seems like a really solid game. I don't know. That it plays a little clunkily, like there's the movement around, but that doesn't matter too much because it's not really a platform or anything. It's just a walk around the town game.
Right.
Like you're not going to be in combat or having to do anything that's skill based. But yeah, probably cool. Check it out.
That game again was On Your Tail.
Next game I tried out was Fumes.
I thought you were going to say Fuse. I'm like, no, we did that.
Gas.
Okay, Bob. Tell me about the game that lost its 7th gen birthright, Fumes.
It's an off-road card combat game, so...
Oh my god.
Clearly inspired by Mad Max Twisted Metal. Driving feels really loose, so it's kind of fitting for the off-road style. Somehow...
No.
It has made this incredibly boring. I don't know.
Really? Okay.
Yeah,
I thought you were going to say this was a game that ran at 200 frames per second and felt like shit.
No.
Okay,
no,
that's
it just has a bunch of filters to make it look hideous, but you can turn them off.
Okay, that's good. How is it boring? How did they do that?
It's just a kind of regular feeling third-person shooter because the guns are no longer attached to the front of your car like in Twisted Metal. It's a fully rotatable in 3D space thing.
Uh-huh.
and your car doesn't control that well, so it's kind of just loosely moving around the car as I easily aim at enemies as they show up, and they're just wave after wave of the same car with that offers almost no threat.
Yeah, that's not how you do that.
No.
So it's a structure problem.
Yeah, it's a structure problem. The weapon's not an interesting problem, which they might give you better weapons. I see enemies with chainsaws in front of the car, so that'd be cool to run into the enemies instead of just being able to aim wherever.
I think what would help is having an interesting environment.
Yeah, that too.
Doing it in the Mad Max world gives you not a lot of dynamic elements to the zone in which you're working.
That's what I was going to move on to. There's almost nothing in this world. It feels super empty. There's like once in a while a structure.
I actually follow this guy on Twitter and have for a while, this developer. And yeah, every clip ever uploaded is a really big, really open, really flat landscape.
Yeah, it's just a gigantic area to drive around and fight waves of cars. And then everything in this demo is like, go to this location, fight another like 10 waves of cars in a row. Here's a boss fight. It's a car with more HP, but no more attacks. I'm like, what the heck did you make?
Yeah, that is really weird.
Yeah.
So mechanically seems fine. It's a content structure issue.
I mean, mechanically it's mostly fine, but it's still the super loose control for the car isn't super fun in this environment, which it might be if things were in the environment.
Right.
But it's just sort of driving around and doesn't feel tight at all. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I don't know how they did it.
Do we have a date on this yet?
I don't know.
Let me check the Steam page, see if it just says coming soon. So it might be further out.
Yeah, it might be years out. Maybe this is.
And even then it says early access.
Yeah.
It hasn't even launched in its early access. Yeah, that seems like absolutely like solvable, fixable. So who knows when it gets closer to coming out, right?
Yeah, maybe they'll make levels. That might help.
Yeah, that would be neat.
Instead of an open world with nothing.
This one has trees and a couple buildings.
And that was Fumes. I also tried Parcel Corps.
Spell that.
Parcel.
Oh, Core?
Yeah, CORP.
Okay. Oh, okay. P.S. I was like, Parcel Corps. I literally have no idea what this is. Okay, all right. Delivery game, I take it?
Yes. Bike delivery, basically Crazy Taxi.
Yeah, that's what it looked like during the week when we saw it.
Yes. This is one of those that was really hard to get running well.
Yeah, it looks a little intense. Maybe.
Yeah, it does not look good enough to be doing it. Another one I had to drop down to 720p in hope.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, it was a little rough. It's got cell shaded art style. It does look pretty nice, but it doesn't look like high fidelity. It looks nice art style wise.
Right.
But yeah, this is a very much Crazy Taxi structure to it. You go to a client, they send you off to a place you need to get to and sometimes get back to the client in so many minutes. And there is even a part of the demo where it's like, okay, you're going to go through, you can grab as many of these as you can and take care of all the jobs at once, kind of like you would in a Crazy Taxi. Which is pretty neat. You have grinding, you have a really physically based riding a bike. So a lot of like, okay, you're going to have to go really quickly and then jump on the wall and you can do small wall rides. My main problem with it, not enough things are grindable.
Okay.
There are a bunch of objects that are like, I should be able to grind this. And you can't. And it led to me doing lines that didn't exist. Which usually meant I hit the wall. There's also a bunch of cars going around. The cars will knock you off your bike, obviously. It takes forever to get back on your bike. They made these animations. They're very cute, but they're all way too long.
Very Tony Hawk of them.
Yes. Like there is literally the one where, okay, they throw in a new bike from off screen. And then you get on the bike. And there's one where she pulls it out of her backpack. And they're cute, but oh man. Guys, you make it a time-based game. What are you doing?
Wasting your time as a punishment.
Yeah. It also the demo does not give you a good place to just try stuff. It gives you a little like driver style test ground to learn at first, but then you're almost immediately shoved into just doing a bunch of jobs in a row and like, oh, they're going to keep texting you and beeping you until you do the next job. It's like, this is really annoying. I'm trying to just figure out how this game feels to play. There are interesting things like parked cars you can jump on and then you'll do a super bounce off of them. Stuff like that. They also, for some reason, they want to have, to start a mission, you know, in Crazy Taxi, you just ride up to the guy and then he gets in your car.
Yeah.
And this is like, okay, park, take out your cell phone and scan the QR code. Watch cutscene.
Okay, that's a little more involved than necessary.
Yeah, and the cutscene's always way too long and not funny. So I'm hoping that that's just their weird way to introduce the idea of having multiple clients, and each client gets a cutscene to start out with, and we don't see that for every time. But in the demo, every time it happened. And then for some reason, in the back half of the demo, they're like, we need to tutorialize this part of the game where we explain how you can play it like or how this mode is like Crazy Taxi. How should we do that? Oh, what if we have a really snarky narrator? He's incredibly snarky. He just comes out of nowhere and literally is like, oh, you're a species and that sort of stuff. Like all these super generic snarky things to say.
He just drops the slur.
It felt like he was going to. And they don't act like this is bad at all. They act like this is hilarious and you're hanging on every word. And I'm like, I want to learn this mechanics, but I'm just skipping this.
This is like that. That's like one of the most common pitfalls for an indie game to fall in is like, you need to show somebody who you don't know at all you're writing and maybe listen if they say, this is insufferable.
Yeah. Yeah, because the other guys, talking to the actual people in the world, that was kind of not funny, but I could see what they were going for. This was terrible. Other than that, neat game. I think the bike controls pretty well. You can even do like the Akira slide stop. Always
cool.
fun.
Always important.
You can do like cool braking turns. So it feels good to play. I hope the content is there when the game's out.
Yeah. I wonder when that one's coming out.
Yeah, I don't know.
I have no idea. But that was a Parcel Corps. Corps spelled like Army Corps.
Yes.
RPS at the end. Let me see. Maybe we can get a date here on the Steam page. September.
Oh, wow.
So 3 months.
Cool. Tiny Bookshop.
Is this like your business plan or?
Yes, Tiny Bookshop. That's what I will open. This is a store management simulator where you sell books out of a small trailer of books that you drive around with your car. Not going to lie. I played this because I thought this was a game that I was going to be able to play as a witch. I thought that was in the cozy
So many disappointments for Bob this time.
I literally had, I guess I had like the Mike the Colosimo. It was like, no, that one had a witch. I played as a witch when running the bookstore, right?
I remember you showed me a witch. I was selling books as a witch. You tricked me. Your trailer tricked me. They're like, sir, please. Please go away.
This game's really cool, though.
Okay.
Yeah, you have a lot of mechanics running your bookstore. So you get to stock the books. You get to decorate your bookstore with items. So obviously, by selling books, you make money. You can use that money to get these decorations. These decorations like give you a higher chance of selling a book, like of certain genres. Like, oh, I have a cactus here. That means that travel books will sell better. And then just having more of a certain type of book will make that genre sell better because you have more selection.
You're not immune to cactus propaganda.
You aren't. You also like as the demo keeps going, keeps introducing more and more things. So I was super surprised when like the second level, because each day is like a stage and you can go to different parts of the city and sell your books in different places, and those will have different customers and all that. Sometimes the customer will ask for suggestions, and then you realize every book is a real book. It'll have a small description. It'll be like, oh, this is this book. And I was like, I knew they were real when I saw Gone Girl. I was like, I've seen that Van Affleck movie.
Oh, my.
That's interesting.
Right, and they'll give you like a paragraph of like of what kind of book they're looking for, and you have to kind of match it with what you have in stock. And it even says like, yeah, they'll have bias they don't tell you about, so you have to just kind of guess.
Just like real life.
Yes, it did remind me a lot of working at GameStop.
Oh, this person's like, they say they're interested in this game, but every time I talk about this specific game that everyone loves in the genre, they get real cagey. Oh, they're a bigot. Oh, okay, that's.
I can't wait to write a really angry email to this dev because I stocked my trailer with really, really specific political manifestos and nobody's buying them. How dare you not support this playstyle?
Jesus. Yeah, between days, you can also buy collections of books. So that's you're like, okay, here's an overstock of this kind of book. So you get a bunch of like, oh yeah, this is last year's novels or something. But not so far. I have not seen any. There's like, this is a bunch of weird propaganda.
That would be so fucking funny.
Of course, there's limited shelf space, so you can buy more shelves to get more shelf space, that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. There's also, since this whole game is done like in almost a diorama, where you just see the whole thing from a side perspective and it's 3D, you can move your camera around this environment and click on stuff. So like sometimes there's someone you can click on and buy more stuff from. Like there was a fisherman who's selling buoys and stuff. I could hang the buoys up in my shop. Uh-huh. And then other times it's like, oh, there's just a bird. I can click on the bird and he makes noises.
Oh, that's cool shit.
Yeah, it's like, okay, there's just little time killers. And there's also just sometimes stuff sitting around you can pick up. It's like, oh yeah, I'm taking that. Like, that doesn't seem legal, but all right.
So do any of those things you click turn you into a wizard? Because I saw it told me. It told me I could be a witch.
No witches yet. Maybe eventually I can get a spell book or something. I don't know why I thought this had witches.
Because we said someone's gonna pull a Mike's to Closet with a game this week, and it was that. You dove on that sword for us like it's fucking end of days.
But that's that game. Tiny Bookshop. Really cool. I'm really tempted to pick it up, but at the same time, like, that's going to just be a gigantic time sink.
Yeah.
I have no idea if there's an end state to this. And then the last game I played, I forgot that it had a demo.
Okay.
I found this at 5 a.m. last night. I was like, I guess I have to do it. Like last night, I mean this morning. Metal Slug.
A little time left.
Metal Slug Tactics. Oh man.
No! That is not the sound I want to hear.
That's what I expected.
This is the game that runs at 144 frames per second and doesn't run well. And has screen tearing that goes both horizontal and vertical. I don't know how it goes vertical. I cannot explain it. Is this coming to consoles?
I don't know.
Because it wouldn't detect my controller at all. The mouse and keyboard feels like what it's made for, but that sucks. It's so bad. Literally, it's a grid-based tactics game like a Final Fantasy Tactics or any number of other ones you can think of.
Right.
You cannot rotate the camera. Not for you.
Huh?
So it's like Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. They've drawn it from one angle. But that means a bus is going by. It's covering two spaces behind itself. I can't click on those spaces because the UI is made wrong. I can't attack it from that angle because I can't click those spaces. Other than that, it's a weird tactics game. It's roguelike. So you just go to a bunch of different levels that aren't designed well for a tactics.
It's roguelike.
Yeah.
Big man, this should have died.
Yeah, it should not have come back. I think some of the pixel art is nice and other of it just looks bad. I don't get it. Like, you can't. It's such a weird grab bag. But yeah, you got Marco, Fio, and Eri, whatever.
Eri.
And they all have different moves, like different special abilities. It's super does not tell you how certain things work. It was like, okay, Marco's ability is to power himself up or power up someone else. Oh, that uses his turn. And I didn't know that until after I did it. So I was like, well, I guess that's screwed.
I'm so strong as I disassociated the corner of the fucking room.
Yeah.
I drank 3 energy drinks. I'm so strong.
Yeah, I don't really know what else to say. It's such a weird mismatch of ideas. Like, these characters don't work too well for a tactics game because they all just use guns, except Eri, who uses grenades. Marco and Theo literally have the same exact weapons, just have different specials. If a character's in range of another character attacking something, they will do a combo attack. That's kind of neat, I guess. So they'll both shoot the enemy. Yeah. I don't have much else to say. I quit after that incident with the bus. I beat that level. I was like, I'm done. That's not okay. You made your tactics game wrong if I can't select the square behind that.
That's infuriating. That's really bad.
Yeah, I was like, this is already kind of bad because of the roguelike elements to it, which is like I chose a point on the map and it just generated something that was a generic area. And even that was made wrong because it was a destroy this bus before it reaches the end of the area. So obviously, I was like, I have to destroy it before 3 turns pass because I can see at the end of the area. Right? The bus gets to that area and then it spawns in another section.
What?
And I'm like, guys, that's not. I need to know if that's what you're doing. Because I think the whole thing is the game can only have these like
these chunks.
One chunk at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's unreal.
Yeah. So that's the last thing I played for the demo event. There's some really incredible stuff in there, and then Metal Slug Tactics.
Jesus.
It's really frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
It's so frustrating. I don't know why they made this.
Me neither.
Great art on some of it. Like, they got a good artist to do portraits and stuff for it that don't match at all with the rest of the art style. The pixel art, I feel like between the enemies and the main character, it doesn't even match.
That's really dire.
Yeah. And they're all trying to be Metal Slug characters. Like, all the enemies are also trying to be different Metal Slug enemies. I don't know how it's so rough. It just seems like a ill thought out thing from all angles.
Is that it for Steam Next Fest?
That is it for Steam Next Fest.
Well, that means we get to talk about our next summer coverage event, Dan Food Fest, because it was cheat week the entire Some Gearing Fest. The last thing I ate is what you need to see, because Bob has not eaten it yet, so I am tormenting him. Let me make sure this is the correct image before I throw it up on the... Okay, that is, in fact, the correct image. Hey, Bob.
Hey.
I went to a burger joint called Peppered Pig. They used to be a food truck. Now they're just a full-ass restaurant. This is the kimchi burger. This is the standard-ass burger. I feel bad the standard-ass burger doesn't look more delicious. This shit was delicious. Those buns are ciabatta.
Yeah,
I was going to say, is that a ciabatta bun actually shaped like a hamburger bun and not some bullshit square?
Fucking enormous.
That's crazy.
Like, I wish you could understand the scale. That thing, let me move this. That thing you're seeing it in, that dome is a full plate size thing.
What?
This thing is fucking enormous.
So, wait, is it... Because I think you said bulgogi before. Is it bulgogi or kimchi?
It has kimchi on it. It is bulgogi.
Okay.
It is kimchi on it. It's a bulgogi burger. It's got at the bottom of it, weirdly enough, like a what was it? It was a fried like rice cake.
Huh.
Yeah, that's Spiff's favorite burger. This was damn good, my man. It's a shame it closes at 8 p.m.
Oh my god, yeah, I'm gonna need to get that.
Hell yeah,
sometime
you do.
soon.
It looks so fucking good. It is so fucking good. They had so many other burgers, and I'm like, I need a baseline. Just give me a normal ass burger. I need to know. And that was fucking exquisite. Also during Dan Food Fest, I went to Cece's and I was fat shamed by Bob and Spiff for eating pizza at Cece's.
I think it was exacerbated by me and Spiff had finished eating by the time you started eating, so it was just a lot of
I don't know about by the time I started eating. That is hyperbole, sir. You absolutely had more than one plate. What is your story where I take 2 plates from you long?
I don't know what was going on, but it took a long time for you to start eating there.
Nah, that's fucking bullshit. How many slices? I don't talk slices. Why would I?
That is not a thing you ask at a CC's.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Yeah, the whole
What a
point of
fucking
CC's is to be a fat fuck. Like, I don't get it. Dan shouldn't be judged.
I was being optimal. I only got 3 plates of food, and you will not ask me how many slices they were, how tall it went. But I did that on a different day during Dan Food Fest. We went to a place in town called Chicken Go. Mm-hmm. And the sign out front's like, yo, we got Phillies and we got hot wings. And I'm like, that's pretty tight. We park. We start walking towards the building. This place, the drive-through, doesn't have like an electronic display or a lit up thing. It's just a fucking thing slapped on the side of the building. Like huge, high quality print. But we look at it and they have shrimp fried rice. We're like, what the fuck is this place? It completely changed my expectations based on that. You go in, it's fucking delicious, you guys. You sit there and you're like, I want a Philly and I want the combo that comes with a pound of fries and fucking hot wings on the side. They had so many sauces for the fucking wings. It was delicious. I need to go back there. It's a real shame we don't have like an in-person 20-person like E3 party anymore, so that way we could order the family pack of hot wings, get every fucking flavor they had. You got hot wings as well, right?
I did not.
You just had the one that I handed you.
Yes.
Dude, those hot wings.
Those hot wings were really good.
Just to be clear, for anyone who's curious, I'm a slut for fried chicken. I'm not a slut for hot wings. These were that good, though. Mm-hmm. These were excellent fucking hot wings. We got to go back there.
We do. The
Also,
Philly
the
was
Philly
insane.
great. Yeah, the Philly was
really
great. It
good.
was fucking huge. It
They
was an
did 2
appropriate
pounds of
price.
fries.
Yeah, they're seasoned with like fucking Tony Shishere.
Yeah,
It's good shit. It's good shit. We're still trying to make it to a place in town that's like a Philly joint shoved into a gas station convenience store. But they close at, what was it?
3 p.m.
3 p.m. Motherfucker, I was busy all Summer Games Fest until 3 p.m. Fuck. Anyway, still haven't done that. I'm going to figure out how to do that in the next week. That's it.
Yeah, I just think I need to try their chicken Philly because I tried the typical Philly last time, and that was really good.
It was really good.
Probably one of the best Phillies I've ever had.
I tried some of Tosh's chicken Philly, and that was excellent too.
Great.
Yeah, I love both. Not like there was anything else to say. Food stories.
There was the Korean fried chicken place.
Yeah, we went to a place. There's a place in town at a place they call the Stove House. Stove House is like sort of how do you describe it? Imagine a mall.
It's an outdoor food place that caters to having like I assume concerts and stuff there too.
Yeah, public events, community things. They have a ton of good food places. We went to a place called Soul Good that sells Korean fried chicken. That place is good. They had a duckbucky and also, like fried chicken, like chicken tenders.
And then hot wings again.
And hot wings again.
And their hot wings were also really good.
Their hot wings were excellent as well. Damn, that was good food.
Yeah.
So it's been a good Dan Food Fest. Looking forward to next year. Aside from that, I think that's it. Bob, did you play anything else?
No,
Shock.
I was a little busy.
Shock, yeah.
God, I don't even know.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm gonna jinx it. If I play more of the demos, I'm just gonna keep finding the bad ones.
Yeah, you think? I mean, it seems to me. Maybe I'm wrong. You could tell me what you think. It seems like you had a pretty good batting average this time.
Yeah, no, there were some incredible games. A lot of those would be Game of the Year contenders in whatever year they come out. Honestly.
Spiff explains with Stovehouse, it's an old factory converted into an outdoor food place and mall.
Huh.
Yeah, that place is good.
Yeah. Yeah, no, everything I've had there has been pretty good.
Yeah, on the way out, we were passing someone's food, and I'm like, that looks really good. Where did you get it from? And they're like, oh, the Mexican place down there. And I'm like, oh, fuck yeah.
It was like French fries covered in, like, it looked like pulled pork and all sorts of other stuff.
Yeah, imagine someone made like a Nacho Bel Grande, but they made it with fries. So it's like some fucked up Mexican poutine almost.
Yeah.
It looked fucking stellar. Anyway, so I'm going to be 500 pounds, and now none of you can guess why. You know.
Finally took my advice and gave up.
It's okay. It's
just moved into the CC's.
Oh my god, I would die of a heart attack so fast.
Man, the content has been real different since Dan got that apartment above the CCs.
Hey Dan, how's the VR headset? I don't use it anymore. I don't feel like moving. Bob's like, roll him out of here. He's sticking up the joint. Oh, woo! Woo! That was the sound of Dan's gamer hype escaping his folds.
God.
Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah, but Dan Food Fest been going pretty good. I also went to a place called Seven Brew Coffee. That was the name of it, right?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, I got the thing that was like white chocolate mocha coffee. Mm-hmm. That shit is not coffee, just like a Frappuccino is not coffee.
Good.
But it was really fucking tasty. And it cut really well with unsweet Stoke cold brew.
They had served it to you in like a...
Okay, you know what? I have a picture of that where you can sell the fucking scale of this operation, because that is a deranged, huge fucking cup.
Yeah.
There we go. That's going to be on screen in just a second.
Yeah, you know, Sonny's Barbecue used to have gigantic things of soda they give you.
Yeah,
it's like that.
It is literally fucking enormous. You got to keep in mind, because apparently there has been a disconnect between the reality of how tall I am as a person and the on-screen presence. I'm a 6-foot dude with pretty fucking big hands. That shit's enormous. I ordered a large thinking it was going to be some baby shit because it wasn't outrageously priced.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it seemed normal for fucking... Yeah, that thing's honking huge. It might be 40 fucking ounces of coffee.
Yeah. It's not really an unhealthy amount of coffee, but that's what you want sometimes.
Especially when it's, this coffee, where once again, it worked great as a creamer for real coffee. Also, and I'm not going to talk about this too much, but I got some birthday coffee last month, just the grounds.
Oh, yeah.
Like the beans, rather. It's not ground up. From one of those bougie places that's, south from Huntsville. It's like in the big city down there. Stumptown.
Okay.
So I made a cup. That is excellent fucking coffee. It is so good, Bob. Spiff gave it a 6 out of 10.
Oh, my God. What?
The next highest score is 3.
Yeah, I was like, that dude hates coffee.
That dude hates coffee. It was that good.
That's crazy.
You need to try it.
I do need to try that.
You need to try this. It is $20 a fucking bag.
Yeah, of course.
I'm not going to spend $20 a fucking bag. Are you insane? But yeah.
But what if they made you heroin?
But yeah, no, that was superb. Stumptown apparently makes some good coffee. Anyways, why didn't I show any of the pictures of I got the Soul Good. I could have tortured viewers by showing them this. Just being like, you want to know how good?
Oh, yeah, those wings were really good.
And
they came with, they did like fresh made sweet potato fries, which I don't know why that was out of Korean place, but sure, they were good.
Yeah. Yeah, and they were good. They were excellent. Okay, this is it. And then I will stop torturing you all with food. We will move into other segments, and this podcast can sort of begin its journey to actually end instead of whatever it's been doing for the last bit here. Which, I think this is a funny week of all weeks to do this.
Yes.
Anyways, so here's the chicken tender covered in the spicy sweet sauce. It comes with little gloves to eat the chicken with, so that way you don't get the hot sauce all over your hands. That was exquisite. Bob, of course, got the much more photogenic wing. Let me see. And I got to take one picture of that. Is this the correct? Yeah, there we go. It's got the nice little green onions. Yeah, that was delicious. Soul Good's pretty fucking good, you guys. Anyways, there we go. That's our fun little Dan Food Fest segment. Yeah, Korean fried chicken, Soul Good. Anyways, let's do the little bit thing at the middle. We do what we got coming up. Tomorrow, Yacht Club Games is doing a direct to fuck with us.
Yeah,
so
of course.
We're covering it because I care about Mina the Hollower and would like to know what else is up with Yacht Club. That's going to be at 1:30 p.m. this Friday, tomorrow. 16 hours from now, I realize looking at the clock. Yeah. So we're going to be live with that, and then we're going to go into our God Hand Death stream.
Oh boy.
Are you feeling ready?
I am definitely maybe ready.
You're going to want to show up for that. It's going to be a really good time.
I'm going to get a lot of coffee so that I can be on top of my game after the Yacht Club game show.
Yeah. So that's going to be a really good stream. Chris, do you got anything coming up? Chris,
Please watch Twitter for updates.
Oh.
There will be there won't be something this weekend, but there will be something next week.
Okay. Bob's gonna OD on caffeine. That would be interesting. You could try the new coffee.
That's true.
Yeah. To be clear, I want to go back to 7 Brew and then just mix it with the Stoke. And
so when are we gonna get really dangerous and Dan buys the coffee that kills you?
Okay. How do I how do I convey this in a way that translates to normal people who have not ventured to the places I have? I don't observe the caffeine working on me most of the time. I observe the ramifications of having gone too far. I am not to be trusted with the coffee that kills you.
What is the coffee that kills you?
There's a lot of coffees that kill you. There's a lot of coffees for sickos where it's like, I have 129 milligrams of caffeine per fluid ounce.
Yeah, that's way too much. That's way too much. These energy drinks are pretty on the high end caffeine wise, and it's like 16-ounce can, and it has 200.
That's 10 times the amount of caffeine of a Starbucks coffee, for the record.
Right? Yeah, Whoa. That's an insane amount of coffee. 200 milligrams for 16 ounces. He's talking about 120. Was it for one?
Whoa. Yep. Yeah. I feel like the only, like you would have to go something sane, like fucking Death Wish coffee, where it's only 60 milligrams of caffeine per fluid ounce. So an 8-ounce coffee only has 3 times as much as an energy drink.
Yeah, to be clear, a viewer did send me very generously a bottle of Black Blood of the Earth cold brew. You remember that?
Yes,
that was a very fancy bottle. That was really good coffee. That was one of those situations where one time I went too hard on it. I was like, whoa. And then the person who sent it is like, yeah, fucking told you not to. And I'm like, yeah, I know. And I read it and I understood. And then I did it anyway. Which, I usually experience it in a way that is immediately apparent and not later crippling. So do not worry about Dan. Maybe.
Yeah, but let's not order him that. Let's not ever order him that.
I mean, you can trust me. We got a P.O. box. Just send the cold brew and a freezer bag. Anyways.
Those chicken strips were really good.
They were so good. It's all I'm thinking about now.
Yeah, like that was insane.
Anyways, Pot Lords.
I think he's dying.
Oh no, who killed him?
Was it the Pot Lords?
I can't believe the Pot Lords shot aggro dead.
Murderers such as...
Culprits, suspects such as... Yes, that's right. It's so big.
I like it.
Oh no.
What? Pot Lords, how did you get so big? What can we... Yeah! Yes, that's right, the Pod Lords. I've never seen the face so big before. I don't know how that happened anyways. Pod Lords such as BN12, Red Blaze 27, Suzu Shiro, Rado, 101 Shades of Wonderful Remastered, Mr. I Like Spam. My face when people will totally be pretty normal about Chainsaw Man on the brand formerly known as Twitter this week. Editor's note, that was last week.
Or maybe even 2
Don't
weeks
worry,
ago.
everybody became normal this week because everybody's really short-sighted and dumb.
Readers of Shonen Jump? No way.
DFW3K.
Muck Bun, Shiny, Mew.
God, why? Why?
Because you're giving him the Nobel Prize. You're like, you're the best. And I made you.
Kristen, Mana Yud Sushai.
Or this week, silence.
This is Kilo, a girl so average she scores a 50 on every performance test.
Okay.
Cooper Tank.
Why is it? Do you think Markiplier just ever looks at shit like this and is like, is he retired? I feel like he's retired.
I don't think so.
He actually is.
I would retire upon seeing this. I'd be like, I have enough money.
Oh man, that's right. Markiplier's the comment. I saw that one YouTube comment about somebody clips the comment. The comment just says, "Yo, this dude looks like Markiplier if he was Korean." And the dude's like, "I have news for you." Anyway, Indigo Sykes, Miko in a Claire in a deep snuggle. What? Look at him.
Yeah, so tiny.
Adorable. Gaijin's cousin tricked his family into going on vacation by getting married. See you in 2 weeks if Scarl keeps on drumming. Shinji16 would still like you to try the demo for Tactical Breach Wizards, an amazing indie game 5 years in the making.
Damn it, that's one I forgot.
Maybe next week.
A raccoon that warned you, Phil! You were warned and you didn't listen!
Oh my
Jesus.
god.
He did warn you, Phil. He tried.
I don't even remember when this is over, but it's serious though.
This is my head cannon.
That is so boss.
Boo!
The Super Bim. It's about time to play another RPG, technically released this year.
It
Oh
counts.
no, well, I don't like Jinkarya Ho.
Oh, it's so good though. It's excellent, actually.
Man, when's the Atlas game where you get him as like the pre-order bonus, like you got Raiho in Raido Kuzunoha versus King Abaddon? It was the second one, I think, that had that.
I'm now just dealing with the as I'm talking to fucking Jinkarya.
Imagine the musical notes remixed like that.
Oh,
That'd be great.
I have a plan, Ho.
That's what he said to Yoshi. Sarah Lean. Timothy Pfister is worried / excited. Nisa will announce Ys 10 is releasing the week between Visions of Mana and Astrobot.
Yay! The game is just great. Just don't look any farther ahead than this year.
Bearded Joe. Krungle Spum. Pleochrome. So I heard Poker Mondays might be making a return. Its return is inevitable.
He is eternal.
Doom the Dark Ages is just an army of darkness. Oh, wait, 1 second. Doom the Dark Ages is just the army of darkness to the Doom trilogy.
Okay.
Yeah. No, that works.
Man, hey, all licensed game fucking owners, publishers, IP holders, where the fuck is the Army of Darkness boomer shooter?
That is a really great question. They are asleep.
Call New Blood right now.
Yeah, would you make way more sense than your Dead by Daylight knockoff.
Let me see if I'm doing this right. Nope. 30 minutes of silent Moby Dick reading was Dr. Agro's boldest piece. Magnificent. Beautiful.
Don't be afraid of the way my art makes you feel.
The original thing I was going to open Big Thick with was like, and now for a moment of silence. And by silence, I mean Moby Dick. back from New Orleans. Got to see a baby gator during an airboat tour. Looking forward to the Summer Games Fest reaction. Oh no, the baby gator, I guess, followed up and took him down before they could watch it.
I guess so.
Oh, that's so sad. And cute. It's not Quake, but I can live with this. Musashi Bo Benkei. Go ahead, Chris.
Nah, I'll save it.
The game Nine's Souls has some great characters.
That's what I hear.
My pronouns are NVIDIA GeForce RTX 2060 Intel Core i5-10400F CPU, 16 gigabytes of RAM. I haven't.
As long as I don't have to pay for all that.
You know, honestly, I knew that thing about Knuckles and Grapes. I did not know that about Gamma. And Mudkip, but with a gun.
Oh no!
Thank you very much to our Podlords and possibly Omega, who that was, and not Gamma.
Thank you, Podlords.
Thank you.
Thank you, Podlords.
Thank you, Podlords!
And if you'd like to become a Podlord, you can go to our Patreon at patreon.com/gbpodcast. For as little as $5 a month, you can support us on all the insane content we do, such as this show, Chugging Bleach and Pokemon Go to the Movies, our 2 monthly anime review podcasts. Coming up, an episode where we answer definitively, once and for all, is Ash in a coma or not? So please look forward to that. You also get extended content from other shows we do, such as Gamer Premonitions, and hopefully returning soon, Armchair Devs. It's been a while. You also get a patron-funded show, either a private show once a month. They alternate month to month. Either a private show where we watch a good thing that you voted on and talk about it, or a public show where we watch a horrible thing and patrons get a commentary track. This month, it was the AVGN movie. I had a dream where I got run over by a tractor trailer, and that was a better experience than watching the AVGN movie. You could hear me lose faith in James Rolfe as a creator live in that commentary track as I struggle and grapple with what he made. You also get an entire movie called Isolation 119. This is a real feature-length film about a man going to Thailand to take a camera around the place he was staying and get a tax write-off on his vacation to Thailand. But somehow, it is delightful. I have already watched it 4 times and intend to inflict it on as many people as possible before I die, much like the tape from The Ring. That's patreon.com/gbpodcast. If you don't have any money, it always helps immensely to tell your friends, spread the word, spam about us on Reddit until you get banned. Just reply to people on Twitter on viral posts linking us, like whatever. Just any little bit helps. Patreon.com/gbpodcast.
Yeah, nobody can stop you.
We got some news.
We do. Should we start with all the shows or
No.
end with all the shows?
No.
Okay.
If we do that, anyone who just wanted to hear the normal news of the week and not 10 billion game announcements is like, I'm over. It's done. Anyways, let's come back over here. Oh, we got some news. Let's just bust through it real quick. I'm gonna bring up only the relevant or funny parts of this. But Apple did their worldwide developer conference. That's when they announced their OS updates, what features it comes with. 2 phones. They are adding a game mode. They are making the game mode. I'll cover that before I move on. The game mode raises the polling rate of controllers. It reduces the amount of background processes. Oh. And in some other ways, they say it's going to enhance game performance. The editor's note, the iPhone already has radically better game performance than Android flagships, like year over year.
Yeah.
So this is absurd, the notion of, well, what if that was clearly a shortcoming? Let's get it more absurd. I'm excited for that. That sounds good. They also are making it so things like the AirPods Pro that support the surround sound shit for, Apple Music fucking stupid bullshit. Games can now have surround sound in those. So that's actually a really compelling proposition.
When's the Nikkei update?
I don't know. When is the Nikkei update? So that's pretty cool that you could just get surround sound in like earbuds,
right?
That for a game, a thing that's generating sound in 3D potentially, instead of we took this Black Eyed Peas song and made it 3D, I guess. And I'm like, I don't care. Why would I care? You can now, these are less gaming as we go into the absurd. Here we go. You can now, when they update the OS later this year, finally schedule texts to send at a later time.
Oh, that's really important for making very difficult to solve murder mysteries. That's.
I mean, it's true.
That's the main thing, I
bet
guess.
the third Knives Out film will fucking have that in it.
The case closed is still going. They got to write something.
Conan starts cell phones exist. Conan now is just like they scheduled the text on their iPhone. Anyway, so that's absurd that it took that long. I have no idea why that took that long to schedule a text. I'm a nighttime person. It would have made my normal relationships with daytime people so much less tense.
Man, there's a lot of news like that. Is calculator finally comes to the iPad?
Calculator app finally coming to the iPad. There's never been a calculator app on the iPad. Literally 2 months ago, maybe someone in our own fan Discord was talking about this is the only calculator app on iPad. It charges a subscription. They wanted to charge like $25 a year or something for a fucking calculator app for the iPad.
Suck my dick.
Right? You can move the tiles on the wallpaper and it will stay where you put it instead of auto stacking to the top. Why did that take so long?
I don't know.
Why did that take so long?
No idea.
That is absurd.
I honestly, when I saw that I did not know if that was real or not. Like if that was actually something new or something they just never added. That's insane.
Yeah, they didn't add it the whole time. Fucking insane. This is actually a cool but hard to describe feature. You can set it so that way you tell your phone, fuck you, I want to live in the future where it looks cool. It will convert all of your... Okay, follow me on this journey. It converts every app icon into a monochromatic brightness and darkness image. And then you choose what fucking color it is. So everything purple, everything neon green. It has a thing that'll calculate based on your wallpaper what the best, strongest, most popping version of this is. This seems really neat to me. I'm excited to try it out and see if it can, find something that works perfectly with the most beautiful lady in gaming. Chick I don't remember the name of from Valkyrie Elysium.
It's probably Elysium, yeah.
Her name's Elysium?
Absolutely.
I mean, that's Lenneth, Valkyrie profile Lenneth.
Right? That's how it works. Silmeria, I think, is also Silmeria.
What a concept. Then they spent 40 fucking minutes on horse crap AI stuff. They're like, you can generate an image to say happy birthday to your friend by feeding their image into our AI machine to cartoon them with a birthday cake. And the eyes looked demented. Some part of the eyes were just melting. It was mind-boggling and horrifying and horrible.
What the fuck?
They generated 2 images during this segment. Both of them fucked up the eyes.
Of course.
So they had a bunch of use cases that I just was like, shut the fuck up.
Silicon Valley need to be stopped.
They do.
God.
So anyway, they said AI and number go up because the current thing is everyone needs to have an AI plan.
Until that balloons and explodes.
Oh, it's ballooned.
Yeah.
It's going to explode any second now. The things they were talking about is like, there's going to be a notification mode where the AI will let you know what the important notifications are. I'm like, fuck you, no, it won't.
Oh my God, no.
Yeah.
No. Lives are at stake, no.
You can write some notes and it'll summarize what's in your notes. And then you can send that to someone. God, no. What the fuck? And that's it. That's it for the Worldwide Developer Conference. We just talked about Yacht Club Games is doing their thing tomorrow. We're going to be covering that live. There was an interview with Mark Cerny. I thought it was excellent. I think it's worth reading entirely. However, Chris thought this part was funny, and though I brought it up to Bob, I didn't bring it up anywhere else, like on any of the streams we did or anything else. There is a part of this interview with Mark Cerny, lead architect of the PS4 and 5, designer and creator, programmer and everything, except for art, for Marble fucking Madness, where he punches Linus Tech Tips.
Yeah, that's insane. I laughed really hard.
Yeah, me too. This is the sort of thing where it's like, if you made this as a joke, it would seem deranged and like you were ill. In the interview, he points to an amusing video by Linus Tech Tips, which attempted to kill the PlayStation 5 by building a $500 gaming PC that outperformed the console.
God, I remember that.
Mark Cerny says they had to get a used motherboard. That was the only way they could build a PS5 equivalent for a PS5 price. And if you're using used parts, well, you can get a used PS5 for $300.
I mean, he's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember us watching this video and just being like, "What do you mean you're getting a used thing?" And there's no way that random consumers even find this used motherboard as easily as you can, Linus.
No, they're gonna get a deal this good at the price I paid, and it'll be perfectly fine, and nothing will be broken
No,
around.
but I already decided on my conclusion. It fits my premise, so we need to fudge all of the data until it fits that.
God, they need to drop the fucking price so we can stop having this conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, it is true. They need to drop the fucking price on the console. I thought that was really funny. But as he talks about it, and he talks about a lot of interesting technical stuff in this interview, of like, it takes less time to make a console now than a game.
Disgusting.
I'm going to say that again for the people in the back. It takes Mark Cerny's team less time to design a console now, 4 years, than it takes the big boys to make a game.
Doomed industry if that continues. Doomed.
We're seeing some pivots that imply maybe people are learning their lesson.
Maybe. And that would be
These
great.
but the big problem is all these companies are too big to learn easily. So they're going to have to fall until they're small enough to learn easily.
But yeah, he talks about technical stuff of how neat it is that they were able to integrate an end-to-end solution for compressing data and decompressing it, and how PC had to move to sort of counter that with direct storage, and it's still not there. We're now halfway into this gen, and it's still not there. It's still that hard on PC to get like direct storage working 100% great across multiple vendors and things.
Oh yeah, I didn't mention it, but several of those games during my section did have shader compilation setters. Because, of course.
He also talked about other things that are really nice advantages of a console, like, you know, putting in a chip that could do 3D audio really effectively, and now the CPU isn't as pulled down by needing to do those calculations and other things like that. He also talks about himself and like his journey through the industry for the last 4 decades, right? Something like that. And yeah, just the end of the quote about the price thing was, I think as long as we continue to create that very nice package, the future of consoles is pretty bright. And yeah, I think...
Yeah, isn't this also the interview where he goes into like, I didn't expect 60 frames per second to be the standard, but it kind of is now.
Oh yeah, no, he didn't even say kinda. He said that is the standard, which is good because that matters for gaming.
Yeah.
That affects how the game feels, and that's important. Fucking Mark Cerny pointed out the new standard is 60 frames per second. Digital Foundry in shambles.
Yeah, it is funny. Honestly, he said gamers overwhelmingly prefer 60 frames a second. I have to wonder if he's just like looking at Sony's internals on what people plan. I was like, this is like 90-10. This isn't even close.
Right. That's probably right.
It probably
Especially now where I have people being like, why are 30 frames per second games are worse this gen? To which I get to go, let me tell you about temporal anti-aliasing and why it makes 30 frames a second fucking intolerable.
Yep, because the artifacts stay twice as long. The data it has to work with is far less accurate because it's covering a larger time gap.
Yep.
There are all sorts of magnifying effects of using TAA on a 30 frames per second thing. Anyways, great interview. Highly recommended. I don't want to talk about Bob's news. We'll talk about it at the end of the news. Hey, Chris!
Okay. Dragon Age Veilguard was officially announced. It's coming out this year.
Okay.
It might be good. Let me clarify. I might enjoy it.
Okay,
There we go.
That I believe, because I think that I will come out of that and be like, you got to play Dragon Age Veilguard. No, probably not. But I will probably be highly delighted for most of the playtime, or disgusted that they wrote something this bad, which will be delightful in its own way. And the reason I have so much faith in this is because this isn't an open world game. This is mission based. This shit is structured like Mass Effect 2 or Mass Effect 3, which is fine with me. Mass Effect is better than Dragon Age.
Bombs dropped.
I'm trying to hear the screams of the gamers.
I think there's only one Dragon Age people even say is good anymore.
Like, the combat doesn't look good. It looks like bad Western RPG combat where you have Arkham counter prompts. They don't even pretend it's really an RPG anymore, because you can't like meaningfully control your party at all. You can issue them commands like Mass Effect. But that's fine. It's hard to overstate how much I was sure that EA would be like, make it open world. We don't care how that doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Do it.
Yeah. Entirely possible. Yeah.
And my big problem with Inquisition is like, there's one or two really fun RPG set pieces in this game where you do fun conversations and fun character stuff, and everything else is open world slop. So I'm so happy that isn't happening again, and that this also gives me faith that if somehow this sells well enough for BioWare to survive and make Mass Effect 4, that also will get to be structured like a Mass Effect game and not Mass Effect Andromeda.
I'm really excited to try my first BioWare game end to end with Dragon Age Veilguard. I'm sure
you motherfuckers think we're joking.
Fans of the series are gonna love my fresh, completely blank slate opinions on what I enjoyed in the game based on it just being a game I'm playing. Not any ramifications of how it ties to any other entries. Mm-hmm. What it's
Don't
like.
Don't worry, it will tie badly.
God, if this is the start of the pointless open world going away, even at the high end of development, like this has been the longest, most poisonous trend in gaming.
It is really just obviously has massive problems.
Like, imagine if those shadows of games were a lot more revisitable because they weren't absolutely enormous. Like, imagine all these games that are like those 8th gen huge open world games where it's like, oh, that was neat. I can't do that again. It's too big.
Sometimes I think about Ghost of Tsushima, but I'm like, no, I can't.
Same. I do need to finish that DLC, though. That was good. And I just put it down in the middle of the Game of the Year rush. 3 years ago, 4 years ago. What's up?
The thing that really stood out to me watching that Dragon Age video, the full gameplay reveal they did, They make a point of you get to choose your backstory, like in all of these. Mm-hmm. They had that come up twice in this one demo, and both of the times it was like, hey, you should know about this or be able to do this since it's your backstory. And the main character's like, no. That doesn't... I don't live in that part of the town. I'm a part of that group, and I've been here my whole life. I'm not that part. You might know her. She worked for the same people. I don't know. I've never met her. What?
He's not wrong. It's handled a little more deftly than that, but he's 100% correct that mechanically that is what is going on.
It cracked me up so bad. It's like, you wrote 2 of these to put them in this trailer?
So we have some breaking news. Are you good to move on from Dragon Age? Okay. Guilty Gear Anime just announced.
Oh, I heard rumors about that. I didn't know if that was real.
Yeah, Guilty Gear Strive Dual Rulers. They're going to talk about it more at their Anime Expo panel in 21 days.
The Blaze Blue anime was okay, so hopefully this can rise to okay as well.
I wonder what this image is. I wonder what all it saved of the thing I'm trying to save. Hopefully all of it? Could we? Yeah, all of it. Okay, cool. Let's show that image. Okay, or just his face because it's absolutely fucking enormous.
God.
Anyway, yeah, it's got some muscles. Seems real strong. Anyways, there's that. That's cool as shit.
It's weird because they don't look like redesigned. like for the sake of animation. Like I
Uh-huh.
have to wonder if it's just key art that they got made by the regular people and it's not. What
It
the
might
show's
be
gonna look like.
CG because somebody said that the studio who did the CG for Promare is involved.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and also they have all the models
Right.
in Unreal Engine of all things, which is a
Mhm.
really great engine for video production.
Man, I am waiting for somebody to just do what that Sony guy who got laughed out of the room was like. Let's just fucking use these assets to make shows.
Yeah.
Like I feel like we're getting to the point where that would look a lot better than a lot of CG shit.
Yeah. Yeah, no, when he said that, I was like, he's right. The CG movies don't push it as hard anymore. And
Especially
what
not
do you-
ones that are direct to streaming or direct to
Mhm.
TV.
Yeah.
Right? If you can just machinima out some streaming shows, fuck, that'd be good.
Yeah.
That made a lot more sense than the fucking Ratchet and Clank movie.
Yeah, it would have.
Yup. A lot of things would have made more sense than the fucking Ratchet and Clank movie.
I wonder what we're watching after Fanboys.
Oh no.
I will find a way to stab you.
Hey, Chris, let's move on with the news.
So, Epic DB, the Epic version of Steam DB, I think launched this week, and immediately leaked a bunch of shit.
Good
Cool.
old Epic.
Luckily, the industry learned from the NVIDIA leak, so almost all of these were code names with no identifiers on them.
Smart.
Good on you.
That's good.
But one of them was the Final Fantasy IX remakes which is maybe kind of soon because there was like, yeah, here's like your pre-order bonus.
It's like here's your extra card pack.
It
and a
was
weapon.
codenamed. It was like codename Momo with Tetramaster starter pack. Oh, I wonder what that is.
Awesome.
Visions of Mana launches August 29th. It still has a PS4 version.
Yeah, that is surprising given the rumors.
I guess that Square Enix is like, we need every fucking cent.
yeah.
Mhm.
God, it's gonna be so insane when when we get PS4 games through the entire life of the PS5.
That's how we'll know
Unless-
we're on the good timeline.
Unless Sony is just like complete dicks and is like, no, we need the money we make from you buying a PS5 / we need the number for investors. It doesn't matter. We still make the same amount of money whenever you buy shit.
Well, it is worth noting that a Lego Horizon game is only on PS5. It is not on PS4.
Yeah.
And it's on Switch,
Right. I think we're going to see
Maybe-
Sony stopping to make PS4
Yeah,
games. But
I
these other
assume we're
companies, I
gonna-
don't think so.
right?
I don't think they have that
assume
sway.
that Sony's just gonna be like, no, we're not gonna do PS4 versions of our own IPs anymore. We're really
So
stupid.
here's the really important point of like look at this fucking Mana Beast fucking plush. She's so fucking cute.
Wow.
So like cracked out.
It's great. Yeah,
I'm
they
looking-
made it
I'm-
correct.
I'm looking at the last Square Enix game that will ever ship on Xbox.
I like the or. I mean, you could. Just a tiny sentence they shove in there.
Excited for it to run worse there for no reason.
Oh God,
Yeah,
it'd be
it's
so
great.
upset. Chat, you don't understand. You don't understand. I just bought the Quest 3. Okay, risky. I had to buy a lawnmower. It was $400. I can't afford this $200 fucking edition.
God, it's $200?
It's $200.
Jesus.
It's got so much shit in it though.
Jesus.
I'm gonna, dude. This is. I have to get it. I have to get it. I've wanted this thing my entire fucking life. If I could have gotten a Flammy plushie, I would have been on a different fucking timeline.
Better
Anyway,
get the
Okay,
pre-order
I guess-
soon then. Is that only through the Square Enix store? Is it one of those?
I don't think so, but maybe. Let's move on, Chris.
Transformers Reactivate has seemingly been canceled. That was announced at the Game Awards 2022. It was going to be some 1 to 4 player multiplayer thing. I
Yeah,
don't
that-
really
Wow, that-
know the specifics.
That trailer did not
Um,
depict that. I thought it was going to be some story game.
Mm-hmm.
Then it was going to switch to Unreal 5. It was allegedly in development years before it was announced. Like I think somebody told me 7. Like it was 7 total. Like it was started development in 2017. Hasbro has removed the trailer from all official channels, and since it didn't have any unofficial uploads, you cannot watch it on YouTube anymore unless you find something like our VOD of the Game Awards of that year.
Shit, they just black back the whole game.
The website is still up, but who knows how long that'll stay up.
Right.
Weird.
That's harder than taking down a YouTube video.
The Beyond Good and Evil remaster seems imminent. Like, PSN trophies went up, so it seems like it's going to get shadow dropped here pretty quick. This was not at Ubisoft show. I don't know why. Maybe they gave Nintendo exclusive marketing and didn't consider that their thing was before theirs.
Right.
It's like,
Yeah.
uh-oh.
You have to wonder.
But hey, the Nintendo Direct will get it in front of more eyes than Ubisoft Forward.
That's certainly true.
Bob, do you really think when we go live with a Nintendo Direct at the crack of dawn because they fucking hate me, that we'll have more viewers than we would have during the Ubisoft Forward?
I think so, yeah. I think that's a stretch.
Chat, prove this man wrong. Don't even show up.
They're like, I'm too eepy. I'm sorry.
And this is just funny. Like, apparently everybody at FromSoft really wants Bloodborne on more platforms, including Miyazaki, and he was like, I might get in trouble for saying this, but I'd love Bloodborne to be on PC.
Yeah.
So, like, I feel it, like at this. Okay, can everybody stop pretending there's some legal barrier and it's not just Sony bringing Brain Dead?
Right? Like somebody knows whose fault this is. And they are letting everybody down with their inaction.
Like, I'm still on the team of like Sony just can't figure, or is too stupid to figure out how to monetize it, so they're just not doing it at all because they don't know what a PR win is anymore.
Mm-hmm. Even though they've been making PC versions of all their games, they can't apply that to Bloodborne. They can't think.
They can't even let you play Bloodborne with a fixed frame rate on PS5.
Impossible.
Even though people have gotten that running through custom firmware already. And presumably a team who has actual access to shit could get it doing better more easily.
Impossible.
Thing I forgot about Visions of Mana. It's $60.
Yeah.
So with Astrobot being 60 and Concord being 40, maybe people are thinking, oh, maybe this $70 shit is depressing our launch sales and we should dial that back.
Yeah, it's almost like you're literally dampening the beginning and then the tail doesn't matter anymore because that's where you made most of your money anyway.
Uh-huh. Very smart decisions happening.
That's all my news.
Yep, we're talking about the summer game events now.
Hey, what about my news?
What? You have news? Wait, 1 second. I was a little confused, Bob. Because our correspondent wasn't here.
You need to show up for a little bit. Oh, hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, Bob, what's the industry news?
Sumo Group, which is Sumo Digital in secret mode. They restructured and are laying off 15% of their staff. We can't stop layoffs for even 1 week. Not even one. That's it.
Bob, VR Chat fired 30% of their staff because they staffed up thinking the COVID spike was going to continue into a non-COVID era.
What?
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
Why does everybody think that? Are you fucking brain dead?
Like, there it's even more insane. It's like, yeah, of course not. Of course this social network thing isn't going to be working the same way after COVID.
Look at every social media site. They all got a spike down after COVID stopped because people started having normal lives again.
Yeah. Come on.
God, every industry needs to if you're related to gaming, a streaming service, delivery, guess what? COVID was the ceiling. You're never going to make that much money ever again in human history. And if your business plan involved making more money than that, I have a coffin for you.
Hey, dude, the segment's over. Can you... Thank you. Okay. Summer game events. Let's start with Summer Game Fest. The way we're going to do this is I'm going to just bop straight through. And when people have comments, chime in, talk over me. No problem at all. Just get it out there. I will try to be the driving force so we can get through 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that 5, 6, 7? Is this 7 fucking 1, 2? Oh my God. 3, 4, 5, 6. Is there only 6?
And that's what's dissolving all of Saturday into one thing.
Summer Game Fest starts with Lego Horizon Adventures for PS5, PC, Switch.
How
out
dare
this
you.
holiday. And
Disgusting.
They followed it strongly with a trailer for Harry Potter Quidditch Champions coming September 3rd. Neva is coming 2024.
Ambivalent.
It's a new game from the Gris people, which Grease, but it's spelled like Gris. Anyways, looks a lot like Gris, but it has combat now. Civ 7 coming 2025 for both PC and consoles.
The CG trailer, boo.
Yeah.
Boo this man.
Get hype in advance. Black Myth Wukong dated for August 20th, unless Xbox.
Oh no.
Yeah. Batman Arkham Shadow had a CG trailer that was like, yo, check it out. It's VR Quest 3 exclusive. It's going to be so hype. An image comes out afterward where one of the fucking goons is standing in front of you who is Batman with your hands, and they have numbered circles on their body, and you need to punch them in the numbered circles. What is this, a children's game for violent children?
I'm so upset they did this. Of like, we did a teaser 2 weeks ago saying it'd be here. It's another teaser. Like, what are you doing?
Street Fighter 6 Season Pass 2. It's got Bison, Terry, Mai, Shiranui, and Elena. So 2 King of Fighters.
2 Fatal Fury characters.
2 Fatal Furies. Sorry. Elena from Street Fighter 3 and M. Bison. But
Yeah,
M.
I was
Bison
kind of
looks
disappointed about
cracked out.
Bison, but he looks pretty cool from the trailer they put out. Them going with, no, this is Bison's body, but it's some other personality that isn't interested in being Bison, and also he has a giant cool horse.
The cool horse is cool.
It is pretty cool.
This season pass definitely really disappointed me because I've said before, of like, this game already is mostly Street Fighter 2 and not really many other Street Fighters. So it's like one Street Fighter 2 character and then 2 guest characters. Like, you better not have guest characters all next time.
I totally understand people who are annoyed by, like, because like this is the first universally beloved Street Fighter in a while. So that people want more Street Fighter characters in it. Also, this is just me, but I don't think these same genre crossovers are really interesting or that cool anymore. It's like, okay, there's a new Fatal Fury game coming out.
Yeah, it does feel really lessened when it's like, I know that
Like,
that brand new one's over there and coming anyway.
Like,
so
I'd be hyped if it was like Baki.
Right. I don't know. Terry's fucking awesome. I'm excited to play as Terry, and I really like that. And Bison now has Sigma vibes.
He really does.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome. I really enjoy that. So from that alone, like, I'm not going to play as Elena. I'm not going to play as Mai Shiranui. Half and half. That's not too bad.
I actually kind of want to go back and maybe learn how to play Bison for the first time ever. But
yeah, he looks cool here. He's still a charge character though, so I'm just not
right.
Yeah, maybe I'll finally learn.
Maybe I got at some point I was like, I'm gonna learn Guile, and it just didn't work.
Yeah.
So I don't think I'm actually excited to play any of these, honestly.
You know, we have a comment in chat, which brings up an interesting thing. Chris, would you be excited if For Honor guy showed up here, like he did in Sam's show?
Jesus.
No.
Damn.
I will say I am not really that disappointed by Terry and Mai being here. If they're like Tekken characters next time, I'll be get the fuck out.
Yeah, they are. Fatal Fury is way higher.
Like there's like history
than
there, but I don't feel like they need to return the favor and have fucking Heihachi or Kazuma or whoever in, or Kazuya in Street Fighter.
What if it was Lily?
I'd be like, that's nice and all. How about you give me fucking Karen instead?
Yeah, Sharon
the
is just a
exact
better
same
version.
character.
Tears of Metal. It looked kind of like a European Dynasty Warriors with more focus on strategy.
Super awesome until the word roguelike came up.
Oh god, I forgot that happened.
I completely lost it over the next thing. Delta Force Hawk Ops and Black Hawk Down DLC?
Yeah, I watched
What?
that back a few times, but I couldn't tell if that's going to be in the game or at DLC.
Yeah, it's unclear. Why are we doing stuff based on Black Hawk Down? What year is it?
It might make more sense to read the other things that are under there.
Okay, sure. This is apparently a sequel to the series that started in 1998. The series previously had 2 games with Black Hawk Down titles, but neither were based on the movie, whereas this new one is.
Yeah, there are 2 different Delta Force games called Delta Force Black Hawk Down, not related to that film at all.
All right. Fatal Fury City of Wolves announced B. Genet, which is a pirate lady, and Vox Reaper, who's a new character, uses dark karate.
Apparently, he's the student of the mini boss from Garo,
Oh.
Huh.
who is Grant, and he kind of has like, because Grant has like this mask with big horns, and he kind of has like a similar horn tattooed onto his head.
Blumhouse Games announces a bunch of horror games.
They look kind of neat.
Yeah, some of those
Yup.
might be good.
I'm really interested in the horror farming game that I won't play.
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Rita's Rewind was announced. It's a pixel art beat 'em up.
It looks okay. Please stop mentioning that Netflix special. That was really quite embarrassing. But by the way, Netflix dropped Power Rangers. Hasbro's gonna have to find another partner to make their bad, entirely original Western Power Rangers series.
Slitterhead is mechanically third birthday. I'm winning. And it's
Yep.
out November 8th.
Looks just jank enough to be really good.
I am really hopeful this hits my top 10. Because I enjoy Third Birthday's gameplay quite a lot. And this looks like it has even more interesting ideas for that and like character stuff. Without a convoluted time travel sci-fi plot. Seemingly,
We'll see.
I don't think it'll get there. I'm very excited. For people who don't know, Slitterhead's made by the developers who left Sony. What was the name of the creator? He made Siren, was it?
Yeah, Siren and Gravity Rush, but I have no idea what his name is.
Silent Hill.
No, wait.
I think he did that too.
One of
Yeah.
them is Silent Hill, isn't it? Keiichiro Toyama. He might have done the original.
Yeah, I think he did the original Silent Hill, then went to Sony.
Then he went to Sony and did Siren. And then he was at Sony for a while, and then he did Gravity Rush. Anyway, yeah, so that looks really exciting. Slitterhead out November 8th. Killer Bean.
When I had to start writing this section, I was like just trying to do it from memory. All I ever written down was Street Fighter characters and Killer Bean. That was it for the entire conference.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fair.
that trailer looked boss. I didn't know this was already a thing.
There was a debate on the Digital Foundry podcast whether or not Killer Bean is a garbanzo or a coffee bean. I think that's a coffee bean.
He
Bob.
looks like
It's a coffee bean.
Yeah, it's a coffee bean. He's kind of the right shade and kind of the right shape. I didn't know this was a thing. For anyone who doesn't know Killer Bean, I'm with you. I don't
Right.
fucking know what this thing is, but it became a shitpost trailer where it's some sort of shooter with Killer Bean breakdancing while firing his gun and killing everyone in the room.
This game's probably going to be completely terrible, but really funny.
It is like one step above Food Fight visually.
Yes.
It's a good, solid step, but still, this game made by one person. Mm-hmm. Apparently.
I think it might be the same person who made the animated movie.
Wow. Cairn, a mountain climbing game from the makers of Fury or Foodie and Haven.
Furry.
Furry.
Could be neat.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that Remember Me, Don't Nod game.
Yeah,
That was
Jusant.
about Jusant. Came out. That was also a mountain climber. How did...
I don't know, man.
That's rough.
It is.
Is France really on that right now? Is that a thing? Wanderstop is coming in 2024 from the creator of Stanley Parable. It seems like you work, what was it, in a coffee shop?
Yeah, something like that.
And you serve coffee to the patrons and you do little chores around the place and maybe you have a complete psychotic breakdown on your break.
Looking forward to it.
Hell
Yeah.
And also this game.
Among Us TV show. Sonic X Shadow Generations comes out October 25th. He gets the Venom wings.
He does.
Yeah, this also seems to have like almost an entire game's like equal to the original game's worth of content.
That's kind of what it needs to be, like a full $60 game. So
It looks good.
yeah.
Battle Aces, a simplified RTS from former Blizzard and Riot staff. Blizzard, please just make an RTS so other people don't have to keep leaving you and make RTSs. Alan Wake 2 Night Springs out now. You don't say. Agro talked about that a little bit.
He did.
We talked about physical editions. Kunitagami, Path of the Goddess, is out 1 month from now.
Continues to solidify into an interesting looking game.
Yeah, I will definitely try it out. I think it was $50, which seems like too much, but we'll see.
Skate had an ad that featured the guy from I Think You Should Leave, and he was making jokes about how shitty giant corporations are with their creative accounting, and haha, isn't it funny? And I'm like, no. And then they left
You
that.
are a service game. Die.
And then they came back, and then they did the ad again. And it was Skate. M Corporation is in Skate. The Skate. We're still working on it, and I was very, very frustrated.
And then people on Twitter are like, I was a playtester for this. Don't expect this anytime soon.
But apparently, playtesting this fall, console playtesting,
And what they say is pre-alpha.
pre-alpha. Yeah,
Ugh.
it's Killzone 2. When it was called Killzone 3. Valorant console beta coming up June 14th. Wait a minute, that's tomorrow.
Oh my god.
PS5 and Xbox Series. Monster Hunter Wilds gets a solid new trailer. It looks hype. There's a lot of cool stuff. There's a better one later in the week, though.
Yeah.
There's a better trailer.
Yeah, something
later
that
in the
came
week.
out in all the info, the only thing that really stuck in my brain is that's cool is since it'll be a little bit more open worldy, like you can ride around, you can carry 2 weapons with you. You will have moves that use both weapons you're carrying with you, and I don't know how that's going to work.
Yeah.
Will it lead to
man.
insane things where some guys are like, I carry 2 great swords.
You just spin around slowly holding the 2 weapons, and it works.
Yeah, this trailer actually made me excited for a new Monster Hunter. It's been a long time.
Also, yeah, somebody brought it up in chat, like I tweeted on Twitter. Apparently, that Tim Robbins guy is a skater. They should have just showed him skating.
Yeah, that would have blown people's minds.
Yeah, it's like how people forget that
Jason
God,
Lee.
what is his name? Yeah, Jason Lee was a skater. Like, why is Earl in Project 8? I don't understand it.
Phantom Blade Zero. The devs and journalists keep saying it's more like DMC and Ninja Gaiden than a Souls game. There's a bullet written here, probably incorrect.
The devs confirmed that is true, though. It is actually more like DMC.
They keep saying that. I'm watching it, though. That ain't what it is.
Bob calls it how he sees it.
They say that, and then they're like, check out our boss. His thing is he can kill you in 1 hit. Ha, ha, ha. It's not like a Souls-like, though.
No, it's not. It's completely different. Cult of the Lamb. Oh, yeah. Devolver Direct did their thing. Cult of the Lamb Unholy Alliance update with local co-op is coming August 12th. The Crush House, which is hear this out, a thirst-person shooter.
Boo! I bring back Metal Singer.
Is releasing August 9th for PC. We will see this every day of the event, and it will get worse each time. As parentheses here, and it's true. Tenjutsu, coming soon to PC and consoles from the designer of Dead Cells, Sebastian Bernard. Started with a cool anime woman in a suit and immediately cut to it being a roguelike.
Can't wait to watch that opening on YouTube over and over.
A lot of people seem to get very upset.
The Talos Principle 2. Bob, you got that in the edit, right?
Yeah,
You're going to take out that flub? Thank you. The Talos Principle 2, or Talos Principle, is getting a DLC called Road to Elysium, and it's coming out tomorrow.
I forgot that was that fucking soon. Oh my god.
Angerfoot is releasing next month on July 11th for PC.
Finally.
Possessors is announced. It's coming 2025 for PC and consoles. It's from the developers of Hyperlight Drifter, Solar Ash developer Heart Machine. It's a Metroidvania with combat inspired by platform fighters. Platform fighters, really.
That's what they said. We'll see. We'll see.
Fascinating. Then there was a whole bunch of stuff Saturday that got boiled down into like this Boolean cube I will now deliver unto you, viewer. Abyss Cross Zero. It's Kill la Kill meets Mega Man Legends. It looks so fucking good.
Yup.
Yeah, it does.
Dungeon Clawler. It's a dungeon game. That's a roguelike with a claw machine gimmick. So to me, it reminded me of that mobile phone game like 10 Million or whatever it's called, where it's just an RPG, but the main mechanic you engage with is like a tile swap thing. It's really good. This is that, but the puzzle mechanic's a claw machine. Like literally the fucking claw overhead to pull out your moves and stat buffs and shit. That looked pretty good. That's Dungeon Clawler. We talked about Pipistrello earlier.
Yes.
Phoenix Springs, a mix of classic adventure games with Resident Evil controls and Killer 7 visuals and another world-like cutscenes.
Yeah, that thing looked really weird, but I was trying to write and describe it, and I was like, what do I even say? Just put all those things in,
A really run-on sentence like your GameStop TV desperately trying to get someone to buy a game.
Right? It's like Skyrim with guns. Also Marilyn Manson, sure.
Sure. Gure, which is Gurei. Gure. Side-scrolling action game with a Mega Man structure where you play as a girl with a fox mask in ancient Japan. You literally get the powers from the enemies.
Yeah, and you seem to be able to choose which one you go to first, and it makes the other ones harder.
I'm like, you made a Mega Man game, but then didn't make it mechanically and visually identical to Mega Man? Oh my god!
Yeah,
why is that so rare?
I don't know. Also, they made a melee like focused thing. And it's not Metroidvania.
Yeah,
it's
crazy. The Amazing Crackpots Club. It's a platform fighter mixed with Pong.
Yeah, this looked really neat. It's the one that had one of those ponies from My Little Pony in it.
Like for real?
Yeah. Well, it's off-branded, but that's one of the
which
characters.
one was it? God, it wasn't.
I don't remember this.
Naughty Geese is the next game. It's cool biker goose. Cool biker goose guides baby geese around a Donkey Kong Country platformer. What a fucking sentence.
Yes.
That's Naughty Geese. Just look it up on YouTube. They're like, nope, just videos of Naughty Geese. Damn. Oh, well, I'll watch this. Sky Oceans. Hey, you know Skies of Arcadia? It's like that, but there are dogfights. It's dogfighting in the skies with the boat ships. Airboats.
Look cool.
We're ending on Xbox. I'm skipping ahead.
Okay.
PC Gaming Show Fallen Aces launches early access tomorrow.
Oh my god. I wrote that down and didn't realize when.
That is a lot more pieced together than the last time we saw it. There are guns now, and it looks good.
It looks like it seems like it's actually like what is releasing is actually done. Like it's the old FPS where we're like, it's an episode, so it's this many maps, they're done.
Nice.
And then they'll release more.
Phantom Line announced for PC. It's an FPS with David Lynch red curtains.
Yes.
Neat concept. Can't wait to see it.
That was really funny.
Right. They're like, it's inspired by David Lynch. How
many red curtains are on screen? That's not inspired, motherfucker. Unbeatable launches in 2025 for PS5 Series X.
Yeah, that's the one we talked about earlier.
PC, and we talked about that earlier. Stormgate early access on August 13th for free, or you can pay to get it on July 30th. Who do they think they are?
I don't know. They want you to pay right now, though.
Pay to get unproven RTS 2 weeks early, or just get it for free 2 weeks later. That's weird.
Yo, what if you just sold the game?
No.
And didn't have horrible monetization things in this.
I'm really worried about the horrible monetization. Killing Floor 3 coming to PS5, Series, and PC via Steam and Epic Game Stores in early 2025.
Man, this game sure looks pretty high rent. It's come so far from a cheap game that referenced British comedy routines nobody in America ever knew about. Loads of money.
Ubisoft Forward happened. We got to see a lot of Star Wars Outlaws. It's out August 30th. It looks really good. This seems to be the only game this year where I'm like, there are like 2 games this year where I'm like, I bet that'll support the PS5 Pro and look great on it. Yeah, August 30th. Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time remake, 2026.
What were they
Why?
thinking?
I still don't believe this is real.
Yeah,
It's not.
It's effectively not real.
right?
In this industry, that far away, it's not. Not from this company.
This is a CG title card too. They showed nothing.
Like, this is. Are you stupid?
Anno 117, Pax Romana was announced, and Aggro wasn't there to say shit about it. It comes out in 2025. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown DLC explained, because it was already announced, but now they dropped the title and sort of gave you an idea of like, oh, that's the story DLC, and this is the other DLC we showed on that roadmap. Look cool. That game continues to just be cool.
Yeah, I really want to play it eventually.
Hell yeah, we gotta get to finishing that, finishing Stellar Blade, and then finishing Skull and Bones.
No. I never even opened that. I returned it before we had to because that free trial was so long.
I'm gonna buy it again. This time we're keeping it.
Jesus.
Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora.
Pandora. Sorry.
I need to get that Pandora Death Lemonade. Gets DLC in July. Hey, Chris, did you know GameStop sells this game used for the massive discounted price of $65? This game that came out fucking in December.
Get fucked.
Yeah, I don't.
$5.
I mean, it hasn't sold enough, so they have to keep the price high, or else they'll never fucking recoup their costs ever in a million trillion billion years, which they're not going to in a million trillion billion years. I'm sure it will be on Game Pass by the end of the year.
Well, I mean, Ubisoft has their own thing, isn't it? Ubisoft Plus.
Which is tied in, but it's tied. Yeah, it's tied into Game Pass Ultimate. Game Pass Ultimate gets you that, and no, I don't think it does. Game Pass gets you the EA one. The Ubisoft one is not included, but it is included in PS Plus Fucky Wucky Giga tier.
Oh my god, this is so confusing.
X Defiant Season 1 starts next month.
Okay.
I'm seeing a note that says it has lost most of the players already.
Yeah, it had it.
That doesn't make any fucking numerical sense.
I mean, it's already like they had season 0 for the beta and
I
stuff.
hate motherfucking shit that does it. It's like, yo, motherfucker, you ever watch a show and then it goes, look forward to season 1? Where the fuck am I?
I don't know. They don't. Look.
Skull and Bones was like, you're gonna do some missions. There's gonna be a guy there, boats.
We got waves working. It's like, the game's out, right? Right.
The waves working thing was in the pre-show. The actual show, they're like, here's the DLC, and we're like, you're kidding though, right?
No, we're obligated to make this, no matter if no one on Earth plays it.
Okay, let's talk about the Xbox game.
Hey, we skipped by Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed Shadows ended that show.
Sorry, that was a real. Oh, it was like, okay.
Yeah, I don't know why it was written like that, but
yeah. Assassin's Creed Shadow looks really fucking good.
Yeah.
Two very different gameplay styles. There's the Lady Ninja. Do you remember it? Naoe?
I think that's right.
And then there's the guy who's Yasuke.
Yes.
Guy's like a total bruiser. Dude's got the club with spikes on it. He'll beat you to death, and that's amazing.
Right.
Naoe's stealth style, and she could go across the rooftop, sneak into areas, assassinate people through the fucking paper door shit. Mm-hmm. Really cool stuff. Bob and I keep talking about doing the flop swap, where I play as one and he plays as the other.
Yeah. I like seeing people be like, so Tenchu can come back now? Right? On Twitter, I'm like, good, I'm not the only one.
You're not the only one. You're not the only one.
But yeah, it's surprisingly good looking. I don't get it.
God, yeah. Did you expect an Assassin's Creed to ever look more like Tenchu than a FromSoft game that started development as Tenchu?
No, that seems wrong.
That seems surreal to think about for anyone who's just not in the know. That's
Sekiro.
Shadows Die Twice. Is that the name?
I think that's right.
Yeah. Only now do I think about the subtitle. Like, that's a really tagline-y subtitle.
It is.
It's like when they did the Live, Die, Repeat, and they were like, wait, why did we call the movie the other thing? Anyway.
Yeah, I guess Shadows Die Twice would have been a good name.
It would have. Yeah. Anyway. Xbox. Wait 1 second. I never get to hit this button.
We are Xbox Game Pass
That's right, Chad.
That sounds so good in the headphones. It's kind of weird.
Isn't it surreal? I worked really hard on that sound bit. People were floored when I was like, he doesn't say that ever. I chopped together 3 different clips of Phil Spencer talking. Anyway, reverb could do some magic.
Right.
Anyways, let's get to it. I'm seeing the top note here that says people noticed the word exclusive was not used once in the entire conference.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like in Phil Spencer in the Ryan McCaffrey dick sucking interview, basically said it's over.
Yeah.
There
But
will
he
be no
said
more
it
Xbox
happily.
exclusives. Yeah, like this isn't like, oh, not everything. Oh, like it's everything, guys. It's over.
So Black Ops 6 was announced. Adler confirmed. Very important. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle was shown again. Unbelievably bad showcase as they show another Indy's like the villains are there and he's all sorts of tied up or whatever. And it's a tense moment. I'm like, yes, they do that in Indiana Jones movies. You've shown this game twice and you've done it both times. 2 different cutscenes, 2 different environments. What the fuck is this game? This shit happening 7 fucking times?
I don't know. And I saw people saying, oh, this is such a good trailer for Indiana Jones. Like, are you high? Like, this is a terrible Uncharted cutscene. Like, this wouldn't even make it into 3.
This wouldn't even make it in 1.
Yeah.
Like, the direction of this cutscene is bad. Like I said during the show, it literally is like watching someone do rough machinima for their YouTube animated short that's trying to be like, Indiana Jones is cool. And you'd watch it and be like, yeah, you kind of captured like the spirit of the thing. You didn't really get it, but like...
You made something shaped like it, though.
Yeah. Good job on your Indiana Jones. Like, it's a fan film, you know? You expect to see this in cosplay, but it would be shot better even then.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this is just rough.
And again, they don't even want to show the gameplay because
Right,
they know nobody wants to see that.
They literally didn't want to show the gameplay, so that's why we're focusing so much on this. It's all they showed. Doom, the Dark Ages. It's Doom, but it's Quake. I'm seeing the note. It will be more horizontally oriented.
Yeah, they specifically said like the Eternal stages had you air dashing and swinging around, and this will be more like a flat plane.
That's an interesting direction. I'm very interested. Everything they showed looked sick as hell, like that head cannon.
Yeah, no, a lot of really cool stuff. Man, it sure would be cool if that Mick Gordon thing didn't happen.
Yeah.
That'd make this whole thing
I
way
think
more positive.
Every single person I know had that just moment of, man, they really just fucked him over, and that's all I'm thinking about right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's impossible not to think about because it was directly the head of the studio working on this.
Well, are you excited, Bob?
Uh-huh.
Are you ready for... The game's free anyways.
And they're like, until it's not.
Could you imagine that happens next year?
God,
It's gonna start happening. Like,
You can't put Call of Duty back in the bottle. If it's on Game Pass once and you take it
Sure
off
they
of Game
can.
Pass, you will lose half of your fucking subs.
I mean, you can if you shut down Game Pass.
Right, that's the exit strategy I imagine, where it's
Right.
just like, we can't do it anymore, fuck. Anyway, Avowed,
Oh yeah, Doom Eternal was confirmed for PS5.
and it was 2025.
Yes.
Avowed was shown again. How does it still not have a date?
I don't know.
It's supposed to
Yeah.
be this year.
I think somebody leaked a date that was like in November, but I don't know if that's
we
even
haven't
real.
quite gotten the emergency PS5 version up and running yet.
Diablo 4 expansion Vessel of Hatred was shown with the CG cutscene.
It was really gross.
Yeah, it was a hell of a cutscene.
They didn't show anything of what the game would have though, because it's the CG cutscene. Because we're in a Microsoft conference. Yay!
I saw a tweet from the person who worked on the CG cutscene for this. I was very proud of their work, and it looks like a really amazing piece. Mm-hmm. I saw a tweet from them. That will come up later. World of Warcraft, The War Within. Bob, you typed this, right?
No.
no, I did.
Okay, I'm glad some other human on Earth is typing withing, and it's not just me making that typo every fucking time.
I thought that was the title of the game because it was
No,
left there.
it's the War Within, and it's the War Within because it's about the Hollow Earth. Do you get it?
Within the Earth. Like within.
The next game is going to be, it's about the Earth being flat, you idiot.
No, actually, Bob, Azeroth is very specifically not flat, but nobody knows what the fuck is on the other side of it.
All right. No comment. Veilguard. You know, Dragon Age.
Yeah.
The Veilguard. Officially sewn off. Assassin's Creed Shadows trailer actually dropped here before we saw more at the Ubisoft thing. The Ubisoft thing was way better.
Yeah, it was. Because, showing gameplay is important for your video games. Xbox.
Not here at the Xbox thing. Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl is shown. It looked really fucking high end.
It did.
That was awesome. That was hype. That was exciting.
I have to wonder if the soccer guys like, you're going to let us on other things though, right? Now that you don't care about your own games, we can put this on other stuff.
They're like, what's going on here?
Let's be real. They had 1 year exclusivity at max, period, anyway.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah. They don't buy exclusives. That's how we ended up here.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, Age of Mythology Retold.
There's like a humanoid Cerberus. What's up with that?
Fable. So let's talk about this. Fable still looks absolutely terrible. They're still just interested in showing this funny writing and these cutscenes, and then they show a thing only in the most weird, thin sense, feigning to be gameplay. No HUD, no nothing.
Yeah.
It's gameplay shaped. Yeah,
it's gameplay shaped.
They've upgraded from nothing to like you're walking. Like I need you to show me swinging a sword, guys.
They announced it for next year.
Yeah, that's
very real.
I mean, something called Fable Ship,
Maybe.
and then they'll shut down. And then they'll shut down the studio because it costs way too much money.
This is yet another reminder. Devs from Playground left Playground to just go make a Forza Horizon elsewhere.
Yeah, now this game is being made by Crystal Dynamics. No, Eidos Montreal. Crystal Dynamics is making Perfect Dark.
Right, because why would you have the people who make the thing shaped like the thing make the correct thing? Microsoft!
I don't know.
Anyway, mixtape was shown. It seemed neat, but you burn CDs in the game, so that's not a mixtape.
Yeah. That's what this
That's
one
all
was.
I'm ever going to
Jesus.
fucking think about with this game. I have no other way to describe it. Look it up. Mixtape game, Xbox game showcase. Anyways, Perfect Dark was shown. So Fable's pretty gameplay shaped. Fable's very lightly shaped like gameplay. This is really shaped like gameplay. And the graphics seem doable, but insanely high end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this screams fake vertical slice to me.
Mm.
Yeah, a lot of pre-candid looking animations too. Like things
Like if you had it this cooked, you would have a window.
Mhm.
Like you'd have a year, even if that year was 2026.
God,
Quadruple A.
so nothing like Perfect Dark at all anywhere.
Yeah.
Not even one thing.
Closer to Dying Light.
Yeah, they seem terrified to make anything campy. Like,
Yeah, it's terrible. Joanna has no Joanna Dark vibes in the least.
no, they just gave her the hair colors from Zero. It's like, that's not even the right one.
Especially for how young you're making her look. She doesn't look like the age she was in Zero.
No, she definitely looks older.
Which,
like,
the
this
way
would
I
be-
described the model, because you were like, she looks fucking terrible. I'm like, she looks like they made Perfect Dark. They went to cast the Perfect Dark movie, and then this is a horrible game based on that in the style that those Avengers games did.
And just like so
It
many
really
of these
does
Western
look
games,
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so many of these Western games, the real actress looks fine and very attractive. I don't know what they're doing making these 3D models of them.
They just bang them up a shitload when doing the scans and shit. And no artist comes in and goes, yo, we need to touch this up to make it look like real life because this is a very pretty person. Bob and I were talking about it. Capcom doesn't have this problem at all.
Kojima doesn't have this problem. Kojima put Jeff Keighley in his game for one NPC and he looks better.
Yeah. It's real weird. It's real fucking weird. The fact it was a real person scanned in made my assessment of it being that Avengers shit make a lot more sense.
I don't remember. Were those Avengers scanned in?
I don't know, but they have to be scanned in.
They were
Look at
something
them.
like that, yeah.
Yeah,
Because remember they had the they had everybody come out on stage and do a fucking 20-minute sequence being like, I'm the new Captain America in the Avengers. And I'm like, oh man, you're not him. Sorry.
Yeah, you thought this would be big. I'm sorry.
So yeah, Perfect Dark's very frustrating. Like, not 1 ounce of that trailer came off as Perfect Dark in the fucking least. Not the technology, not the tones, not the setting, not the characters, not the humor, nothing.
Yeah.
At least it has Dying Light style, Mirror's Edge style. You could climb up a pole and you could do this. And you could do a cool jump over a thing.
Yeah, that could be fun.
No date, so I'm fucking frustrated. Then we kind of break that a little bit and we get into Expedition 33, which looked really fucking cool. Absolutely immaculate graphics. And it turns out it's a turn-based RPG set in this really cool fantasy universe about, what was it? Stopping the Death Singer?
Something like that.
Literally, this person is trying to sing the song that will end the world, and you are here to fucking kill them. Expedition 33 looked damn good.
Yep.
Yeah, it's apparently all Ubisoft, ex-Ubisoft, who like escaped the Division mines. It's like, we're tired of making this exact same fucking game forever. We're gonna make a cool game that we like.
Makes sense. I bet some of them worked on, what was that turn-based RPG with the little girl that crossed over as Bloodstained?
Child of Light.
Yeah, Child of Light. I wonder if any of them are from that. Just like, let us out,
please. South of Midnight. We saw this last year in a CG trailer. Now we're seeing it for real. This is the game that takes place in like Louisiana and stuff. It has supernatural elements to it, and the animation style is now hard confirmed for Spider-Verse core. So lots of hard keyframes, no interpolation. I think I'm winning the war. I think I'm winning the war on texture filtering was wrong, and we should never have done it. We all like blocky pixels on our fucking textures, and we shouldn't interpolate the animations ever. It looks way more like a video game when you just don't put frames in between the keyframes. I love that shit. Anyway, this looked fucking dope.
Yeah, it definitely looked pretty cool. And I'm excited to see how that ends up looking actually playing it. Because I feel like there's some parts where that really hits and some parts where it really doesn't in this trailer even.
I'm gonna be honest. That's kind of how I feel about Spider-Verse too. There are just some scenes
exactly.
where it's like,
there's some scenes where Spider-Verse is incredible, and others like maybe.
And the bar for looking bad is always the Guilty Gear intros where they spin the camera at 60 frames per second while the character's moving at like a different frame rate, and it's like that looks kind of rough. Just lock it down and do a tracking shot or keyframe the camera movement. Which a lot of the newer ones they actually do keyframe the camera movement. I'm pretty sure, so that way it doesn't have that problem. Anyway. Starfield Shatter Space DLC this year.
It's like that game that's already out there and no one likes, and it's like we still have to make the DLC though.
I'm like, hey, look at that thing that would have made the game better if you put it in there. Oh well.
In case I didn't cover it, I feel like I said it, but maybe I didn't. South of Midnight's next year.
Wow.
State of Decay 3 is possibly the most upsetting gameplay-shaped CG trailer where it's just like, look, it's a third-person shooter sort of Last of Us thing for a couple shots here as he does like the shooting the zombie shot. And I'm just like, okay, one, you turned this other game that wasn't a third-person shooter to something alleging it's a third-person shooter. I'm not even sure you have the confidence to make it be that by the time you're done.
Right.
This could be mobile game ad tier.
Yeah, I don't... Like, it, after that shot, it looks very much not like it's controlling like that anymore.
I know.
It's super weird. I'm like, is there some lock-on system as they walk around, or is this just fake? I'm not sure.
I don't remember this one at all.
There's no date for
there's
State of Decay 3.
No date for
insane.
State of Decay 3, that hype game that was announced 4 years ago.
Yeah, that was announced at the launch year of the system.
Wuchang Fallen Feathers is a Chinese super game. You know those. Where they're like, we spent $1 billion on this, and here you go.
Yeah, I really thought that it was a sequel to Sekiro, because this is set in China. But the end of Sekiro is going to China. To fight a dragon. And I was like, are they doing it? No, this is just some other random Chinese dev. Like, oh yeah, please.
Well, that's never going to happen now, Bob, because Activision has its hands on Sekiro, meaning Microsoft now has its hands on Sekiro. So they will never ever be able to make that happen.
Yeah.
In Wuchang, there's a woman with a demon arm. This game comes out in 2025, as Bob was just saying.
It was the one where she had like the pink feathered energy feathers on her arm and is like a ninja looking character.
Elder Scrolls expansion. Metal Gear Solid Delta trailer.
All right, it's coming. We still don't even have a date.
Where's the piss? How can it be Metal Gear Solid 3 without the piss? Well, luckily there is in fact a mode to turn the piss back on. I think it's also a control mode, so it like changes the controls.
Yeah, I always hate it when they tie those things together. It's like, no, those are different ideas for what you want in your remake.
Some people want good controls and some people want piss. Okay? You gotta cater to both crowds.
If I want the old controls in the new art style, let me have it. If I want the new controls in the old art style, let me have that too.
I'm seeing it's been confirmed they're not tied together. So
Okay.
we're all
good.
good. We're
All
all
right.
good. Fallout 76 expansion, Skyline Valley. I assume Chile will be
Okay.
involved.
Better. I mean, I feel like in the post-apocalyptic future, the only Chile they have is Skyline Chile.
Yes.
That just makes sense,
Everyone
right?
knows that. Everyone knows that. Life is Strange double exposure. Chris, would you like to talk about it since?
They're bringing back Max Caulfield. It feels desperate. Maybe they got the fucking writer back from the first game because I don't think he worked at Don't Nod. So maybe it's actually like has that person back.
October 15th?
October 15th. Maybe this is them trying to like redo the end of Life is Strange because Life is Strange is actual story is kind of bad. You can tell that they wrote it as they were releasing it because it was an episodic game. You can tell that very strongly. I don't think there will be anything as delightful or funny in this game as how do you know that?
Yeah, no, it's going to be hard to top that as a sound. God, that was so funny. Sea of Thieves is getting an update.
Oh, okay.
Another year has passed on this earth.
Yeah, no, that will apparently keep happening, and now Rare doesn't need to do anything else ever again.
Well, yeah, it's going to keep happening because Sea of Thieves is popping off on PlayStation. Allegedly, Microsoft execs got those numbers into like everything now.
And then Phil's like, okay, I'll tell Ryan McCaffrey.
Yeah, and then Ryan McCaffrey made that fucking face.
It's okay, though. The crowd was cheering while it happened.
I kept begging every presenter on stage to do the infamous second son staring into the spotlight look, and Ryan McCaffrey delivered. Atom Fall, single-player survival game in Britain. 2025.
Looks cool.
It does, yeah, and it's not an infinite survive-a-craftathon, so okay.
Flintlock Siege of Dawn has gotten a lot of lip service on this podcast. Nope, comes out July 18th. It will be $40.
Yeah, it being $40 is like the biggest buff they ever could have given it. Like, I'm not even going to think about throwing money down for it now.
See, that's funny because the text there is normal commentation. Is I'm not even going to think about doing that. Oh my god!
Right,
but really, it's I don't have to think twice about. But yeah, no, $40 price is like that's a good marketing
That's
angle.
the price games like that should be. That's what oh god, what was that thing where you played as a girl that was basically is trying to be Berserk, but also Devil May Cry.
Solstice.
Yeah, Solstice. That's the price they released Solstice at.
Wasn't it? Yeah, I think it was that also. I didn't even like that game, but it's like, well, it doesn't hurt too bad because it was 40. If it was 60, I would be posting the developers' addresses on Twitter.
Winter Burrow is a rat-based survival game.
Yeah, it has like drawn art.
Fragpunk is a 5v5 class-based shooter with cards.
This costs $250 million. Why don't they like it?
Mecha Break is a sick-looking mecha game. Beta in August. It looked really good. It looked like somebody was like, yo, Daemon X Machina, what if more Zone of the Enders? So good. Mwah. And I'm glad I put this at the very end of the podcast. The most upsetting thing of the day to me. I don't know how people can watch this and be excited with all this news.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited. It might be a good one because they completely abandoned all the bullshit.
Gears of War E-Day. Can I get some E's in chat?
Prequel.
They have taken another Microsoft IP, threw away 10-year plot line in order to go, nah, we're just fucking doing whatever. Fuck you. It's a prequel about Emergence Day, E-Day itself, where the locusts come up from underneath. This trailer is a CG trailer made by a studio outside of the Coalition. The Coalition provided them with in-game assets, and then they made it in Unreal Engine 5. It is still a pre-rendered CG cutscene trailer.
Yeah, they fucking lied on this one. They're like, in-engine, obvious implication. This is a cutscene, in-engine cutscene, but not total fucking bullshit that is CG. You fucking lying hacks.
I'm seeing in chat, made by Blur Studio, makers of Kingsglaive.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew Blur was a big studio. I couldn't remember what else they'd done.
So they say they won't abandon the Gears 5 story.
That is okay. Let's break this down for real. Gears 5 came out in 2019.
Whoa.
Holy shit.
It will come out in 5 years.
They're like, it's optimized for our $10,000 PC.
So this has no date, meaning it has to be 2026 at the absolute earliest. Yeah. It is 2026. So even if the Coalition returns to 360 era turnaround and can get Gears 6 out in 3 years, which is impossible because they can't use the assets. Gears, like the new trilogy, doesn't look like the old trilogy. Like, buildings look different, the monsters look different, the guns look different, everything looks different.
Yeah, they did a full stylistic reset with brand new things in the universe.
And no one liked it.
Yep.
Do you really think that they're going to go back to that plot 10 plus years later when nobody liked that and nobody bought Gears 5?
No,
that isn't going to happen.
The DS
isn't going to happen. It's fucking dead. You're never seeing those characters ever again.
Really glad I went through those games on Gears Month.
Yeah. I'm sure they're just fooling with us, and this is actually going to tie up the stuff from that too. It's going to be like a flash forward sort of situation, right?
I believe Machine Games saying they're going to make a real Wolfenstein 3 after Indiana Jones more than I could ever conceivably believe Coalition going back to Gears 5.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
And the last two Wolfenstein games both bombed.
So, this was really upsetting because they said in-engine, and of course CG is literally made in Unreal Engine 5 all the time. You might recall that they said, what was it? They said the Hellblade trailer from 2020 was in-engine.
Yeah.
Because you can make car commercials in Unreal Engine 5. People do it all the time.
Yeah, I think it was Jeff Keighley literally had the documentation of, it's made by the studio. It's not
Xbox fans tried to fucking community note him.
So it's not even made by the Coalition, this trailer. It's made with in-game assets, which means nothing. I'm pissed. I'm pissed that I played 2 games with 2 terrible plot lines that they left on a cliffhanger just to fuck me by being like, what if we told you about Emergence Day? I'm like, hey, what's up? Halo Reach was interesting because it, as a tone, paralleled Bungie at the time. It felt like the end of an era, and that is the way that story is told. And it is also a really important, ain't nobody fucking care about Emergence Day! Make a new plot anyone cares about!
But they can't do that.
Back. Dom.
They all
love him.
Look, here's the thing. They made such a big fucking deal about we're getting the dude broness out of Gears. Here's our woman protagonist. They can't go, turns out the people who like the really big dude bro shit really didn't like that. so we have to abandon that plot line. Now, like, they can't say that, so they can't just pivot to a new story. They have to go back to a prequel first, and then they can remake the first game with a totally different plot, and then maybe make something that happens later.
Right. And in this fucking industry, I'm absolutely nauseated by the amount of we can't go forward, just more of the same product. And it's not even just limited to this industry. We all know it's happening in the fucking movies space all the time. It's so
but movies don't try the, okay, we'll do a remake. Now that the remake was well received, we can make a new thing.
That's because they're almost never well received. I'm trying to think
Yeah, I
of
was
a
like-
well-received remake. 1 second. Oh my god. Someone.
Yeah, I'm honest.
Star Trek. Star Trek counts.
Okay.
Star Trek counts. That was a long fucking time ago.
It was.
That was a different industry then.
Dude.
They remade my movie. Where's
My
Kyle
original
MacLachlan?
That's a readaptation. That doesn't count.
I know.
I really am stop remaking PS2 or later games identically to how they were. I fucking stop it. Fucking quit it. It was cute the first couple times. And for the record, I don't give a shit about shit like Destroy All Humans in those SpongeBob games. Fucking whatever. If you want to do that to mid-tier shit because that gets you a bigger pop than making an HD version, go right the fuck ahead. But I'm so sick of the Yakuza Kiwami shit. I'm sick of it. Quit it. At least the original Yakuza had all kinds of fucking gameplay problems that it felt like they were fixing. But none of these new ones feel like that. That Dead Space remake didn't feel like that at all. It ran at 60. That was cool. You could go back to other it had a more Metroidvania structure, but really didn't set the world on fire, as evidenced by the fact it didn't sell well enough and they canceled this shit coming later.
Yeah, it feels absolutely nuts that this industry's like this.
Yeah, no, it's like, dude, if you think that game is well known enough, make a new one, and that will pull in the old people and new people.
I suspect so strongly that the real reason this is happening is because every company has just accepted we're bad at pre-production and can't fix it. Because so many games come off now like we started development before we knew what the fuck this game was. We spent 3 years in pre-production, figured nothing out, and started development anyway.
BioWare and EA has a lot of stories about that exact thing. They might be the majority of them in the industry.
Yeah, and then that Suicide Squad one came out like last week. We have countless of these.
Oh,
like
there was an actual interview where they came out and admitted that last week? Suicide Squad?
It
was that Jason Schreier shit,
Jason Schreier piece. Where it's like, oh yeah, the magic of the studio magic will pull it all together the last second. It's fine. It's like, it's never
like
fun.
Hey, here's a bold fucking strategy. You look at the game that you intend to remake, write down all the shit in that game in a piece of paper, like how many levels it has, how many characters, how many minutes of cutscenes, and then you go, this is what our new game is going to have.
You're baking a cake by mass.
Yeah.
Who knows what the ingredients could be? Well, actually, no, you know, because you just wrote down the ingredients in the masses. Yeah, it's fucking insane. The Gears thing, I got really upset on that stream. I really wish you had not told me while we were live because I was shaking. I was so mad. The notion. And this is the thing. This is why I'm less positive on the Xbox show than everyone else. Perfect Dark. No date, really, really CG looking. State of Decay, no date, really, really CG looking. Fable, absolutely no real gameplay. CG, 2025 allegedly. Indiana Jones, fucking terrified to show me gameplay later this year. Avowed, no date, later this year.
Yeah, this show was
At
so
least
bad.
Avowed gave a bunch of gameplay afterwards.
Yeah,
so it's
Avowed
like
is
that
the most
seems pretty
solid-looking
cooked.
thing at these things that I still just have a massive chasm between me and the rest of the fucking industry.
Machine Games, why did you decide that Indiana Jones game needed to be first person? Like,
That's all they can make.
That's all they can make.
well, God, that game,
Yeah.
goodbye, Machine Games. Goodbye. See you in March when you're shut down.
Yeah, it's already like we already know from films. Indiana Jones alone doesn't sell. The game needs to be like really good.
Yeah, this conference was terrible. I've never seen a larger divide between me and other people on the opinion of the Xbox show.
Yeah, when I watched that interview with Ryan McCaffrey and he was like, it's the best one of these ever. I was like, we couldn't have watched the same show.
Right? Like you are a grown ass adult. You cannot stand in the middle of this fucking Old West theme park ghost town looking at these plywood fronts of buildings and thinking you're standing in the midst of a vast metropolis. It's unacceptable. You cannot keep letting Microsoft get away with this shit. Oh, they're in a tight spot. Yeah, because they keep doing this shit. Stop allowing them the rope to lie to you, to lie to your face. Not to kind of have a bad showing, not to, oh, well, you know, like we're not really ready to show gameplay, so we'll have this instead. To actively, willfully lie to you about their portfolio and what they have upcoming because they fucked themselves.
Yeah, I don't understand how anyone can be this positive on them anymore. They fired over 2,000 people this year.
I choose to not think about that anytime I talk to my good friend Phil Spencer.
Right?
And that's why, like,
At
the next
least
day after that interview, I opened the stream with Phil Spencer's effectively Kevin Butler at this point.
Yeah.
What he said on that stage and all the shit he went through. Remember when Ryan McCaffrey tried to be like, I'm going to take him to task for what he's done in this interview months ago? And then that was the interview.
Yeah, that was the
Fucking
interview.
Dick.
Yeah.
sucked his
He
dick
asked
on stage.
one
Yes.
question about it, only about Tango. He didn't even mention the studio they shut down. They literally said they wouldn't shut down last year.
Yeah, Arcane Austin. You know, at least most journalists have the spell is totally broken, because I did see a lot of journalists going, I mean, I liked things in that show, but it's impossible for me to not look at Indiana Jones and look at Avowed and look at South of Midnight and go, those games look neat. If they don't sell 300 million copies, will Microsoft just shut those studios down?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how anyone can watch that show and stay positive.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems crazy.
If there was more gameplay, if there were firm dates, if we had developers from these studios on stage to talk about them.
Instead of Matt Booty being like, oh man, I love the developers. It's like, dude, what? You know your emails got out, right?
They're so fucking bad at managing anything. They can't even internalize, hey, nobody likes you guys right now. Keep quiet and move the show along, and you don't need to say very much.
Yeah, you can probably get an actor to do this. You don't show us Phil. Don't show us Matt Booty, especially.
But Phil is a crisis actor. My favorite podcast told me. Anyways, yeah, that's why I'm not really positive about the Microsoft show, because they showed basically nothing that was real. Barely made any promises when it came to dates. That's it.
Yeah.
There were a couple of things that showed that looked neat, but mostly I'm just infuriated that Fable still not coming together. Still doesn't look like Fable. Perfect Dark doesn't look a damn thing like Perfect Dark. Gears of War, how would you like a prequel? That is nowhere near done.
That Call of Duty looked pretty good, but it's like
That Call of Duty looks like the best Call of Duty in Black Ops Cold War, and it's not even hard to make that statement.
right, but that's not them. That's not the side that's completely crumbling.
Dude, what are you talking about? It's the egg in their mouth.
You know,
That's-
right?
They ate it. It's them now. Anyways, that's going to be it. Oh, yeah. Also, Lollipop Chainsaw Repop. The first trailer's out now. It comes out September 25th.
Oh, neat.
There you go.
It will not have any of the licensed music from the original, but they got new original music by Japanese artists.
Oh, that's cool.
All right.
That's a good compromise, I suppose.
I guess. I'll They were like, oh yeah, we also expect combat.
Okay, that's now I want to play it.
Right.
Just to know.
I don't need to know what they did.
Yeah, I will miss hey you whenever you turn on super mode though.
Yeah, that is the really memorable, like, no, that's got to be in the game sort of song.
Oh, people are saying, oh, never mind. I misread that. Anyways, as we were just saying in the middle of the podcast, Tomorrow, Bob and I are going to be live with the Yacht Club Games presentation. Yes. And then we're going straight into God Hand. So please look forward to that. Chris says keep your eyes on his Twitter account. You can no longer keep it on his likes. You coward. Keep it on his Twitter.
I hadn't liked anything questionable in like 2 years anyway. Who cares?
Well, now it's not fun. Now we can't act like they aggrieved us because you took it away before Elon could. Anyway, that's it, right?
I guess.
Well, that's going to be it for Big Thing to Mention. It was a slim 4 hours and 18 minutes, or 4 hours and 12 minutes, barely 13. It looks like we're ending before midnight. So all those people who said we weren't going to end before midnight, you just lost your channel points. Bye. Good, that was a trick. Let us podcast for 42 more minutes so that way Spiff has done the wrong thing and gave channel points to the wrong group of people. No, okay, we're leaving. Bye. Thank you very much for listening to this episode of Big Thing Dimension. Big Thing Dimension is only possible because of you and your support over at patreon.com/GB Podcast, where you can get early access to Pokemon Go to the movies. That other one we do. Chuggy Bleach?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Yeah, that one. We are doing 36 episodes of Bleach and 1 episode of review for the next Patreon exclusive episode. You gotta get over there to see the damage!